Good morning, everybody. I would like to start by welcoming you to the first public event of our project, Conceptu Maris. I'm Antonella Servidio from Triton Research, and I'm the project manager of the Conceptu Maris project. We will start the session, the day, with the opening greetings from the ISPRA director, Maria Siclari. Therefore, we'll, as you see in the agenda, we'll start our networking session with a talk by Dr. Antonella Arcangeli. She is the scientific director from ISPRA. ISPRA is the coordinating beneficiary of the project. She will explore with you the main objectives. Pensavo che fosse da qui. Posso continuo o non sentono niente da caso? Ma si va in loop. Technical problem. Prova. Ma da casa lo sentono? Ok. Allora,
Ha paura. Adesso cosa devo fare? Da dove posso presentare? Pronto? No. L'abbiamo provato ieri. We tried yesterday. Sì, sì. I think we have time for a coffee if you want to go for an extra coffee. Salve. Si sente? Questa, this is, sto parlando. Questo? Cos'è acceso? Adesso parlo. Parlo. È andata? No, mi sembra che non funziona però. Con questo o no? Senza questo. Va bene. Rimetto... Okay, bye. Okay, should we start? And therefore, after the opening greetings from ISPRA director Maria Siclari, Antonella, Dr. Antonella
Buongiorno a tutti, è un piacere intervenire a questi incontri di avvio del progetto LARP Conceptu Maris con un pubblico variegato, perché l'ISPRA riconosce l'importanza della cooperazione scientifica e la necessità di rafforzare la collaborazione tra enti pubblici e organizzazioni private, sia a livello nazionale che a livello internazionale. Il progetto LIFE Conceptu Maris è perfettamente in linea con alcune azioni prioritarie di ISPRA, tra cui la produzione di dati e di informazioni, la ricerca e lo sviluppo e l'estensione di soluzioni gestionali per la tutela della biodiversità marina e dell'ambiente. È un progetto importante perché capitalizza l'esperienza maturata nell'ambito di altri progetti internazionali in cui ISPRA è stato partecipe e in molti casi proprio coordinatore, consolidando e implementando ulteriormente questa ricerca che riguarda tanti ambiti disciplinari e il monitoraggio di cetacei e tartarughe marine e le principali minacce che, come sappiamo, sono rappresentate dal traffico marittimo e dai rifiuti marini. I numerosi dati e informazioni raccolti dal progetto costituiranno un importante contributo per colmare le lacune informative su cetacei e tartarughe, soprattutto nelle aree offshore, al fine di migliorare lo stato di conservazione di queste specie nel Mar Mediterraneo e per informare i decisori sulle scelte di conservazione e mitigazione più adeguate a livello nazionale ed europeo. Ecco perché motivo di particolare interesse è costituito dal coinvolgimento diretto di stakeholder provenienti da diversi settori e diversi paesi del Mediterraneo. La conservazione dell'ecosistema marino e della biodiversità richiede una cooperazione efficace, quindi il panel internazionale di partner e istituzioni a supporto del progetto costituiscono un buon esempio per raggiungere una visione condivisa. Non mi resta che ringraziarvi ancora una volta e augurare a tutti voi buon lavoro per il raggiungimento insieme di obiettivi che ci siamo prefissati. Grazie ancora.
Sorry. So it's set for the conservation of cetaceans and pelagic sea turtle in the Mediterranean Sea and managing action for their recovery and sustainability. The Chronicles is thanks to Elena Siki here. She's another quote about the Chronicles. But this recap our main goal for the project. So the partnership, as Antonella said, is quite large. There are 11 organizations, great organizations, I would say. We have been working together for quite a long time, and we are very happy and in tune to start this new adventure. And so which is the background, the motivation to start this project? And the Conceptu Maris is an Article 11 life project. So the aim is to support and further develop the surveillance of the conservation status of cetaceans and sea turtles, so the species covered by the Habitat Directive. So member states, as you know, have to undertake the surveillance of the species, and then every 6 years to report on the conservation status of the species. So despite this requirement, the conservation status of cetacean and sea turtle in the Mediterranean Sea is still quite a bit lacking. So this is the result of the last reporting of the Habitat Directive. And as you can see, almost all the reporting for all the species is gray. So it means it's unknown or not available. So just to have and to contribute to the filling this gap of knowledge, the Conceptu Maris was built to cover especially the offshore areas, which are the more difficult to reach, and so where the gap of knowledge is larger. So our goal in general, of course, is to improve the conservation status of cetacean and pelagic sea turtles, by try to fill the information gap, especially in offshore areas, and identify the important sites for the species. And we are going to do this by setting an international approach for the surveillance and the assessment of the conservation of the species, but also to assess the impact of two of the main threats to the species, so the maritime traffic and the marine litter. So our goal is to identify and map the important offshore sites for the species, but also the important offshore site in season at risk for the maritime traffic and the marine litter for the species, but together also the hotspot of the ecological process. So you will see later, I will present you, we will focus on the target species, so cetata and cetata, but also at the ecological processes. And so with all this information, we are going to assess the coherence between the protection measure already in place and the ecological need of the system that the project will deliver. And together at the end, we focus on the identification of the best mechanism to meet the conservation status for the species. So we will build a process to have the identification of the best mitigation and conservation measures. So which are the key actions? Of course, the first one is how to collect data. And we are going to advance and implement the best practice of the international FLT Mediterranean network, who collected visual observation in offshore areas of cetacean and scarabs since 2007. And we will integrate this monitoring method with other technologies, which are the environmental DNA sampling, the stable isotope analysis, and we collect in situ environmental data, and we will integrate all these in situ information with the remote sensing data, of course, and the model-based products. So we expect to deliver quite a lot of biological data, and we will set up the first environmental DNA bank for the Mediterranean Sea. All these processes, this approach for data collection will be set is set because we just started. So we will set this approach in a core areas, which is the one that you can see there, which covers the southern Mediterranean Sea, the Sardinian Channel, and the Sicilian Strait, which was chosen also because of the lack of information in these areas. Most of the information, as you probably well know, is from the northwestern Mediterranean Sea, where this data is still one of the most lacking. So, while we set the approach in the core areas, we will transfer the approach in other key important areas of the Mediterranean Sea, which are the Spanish Special Migration Corridors, the Adriatic region, and of course the Peleus countries. So, what will we do with all this information? The goal is to deliver all the informative layer about oceanic process, ecological process, information about the presence of the species, information about the threat, and to put all this information, standardized information, in a decision support system, which will give us an integrated information during time, how the situation has changed during the season and during the and with this decision support system, we're going to deliver information on where, when the best mitigation measure is needed. Together with this section, for all along the project, we are going to test with for another goal, which is the direct involvement of key stakeholders. We definitely think that we cannot reach the conservation of the species just by segregating the efforts. So we need all the actors working together since the beginning and all along the project. So we are going to put So for action, directed to the navigation staff, to citizen science, to the general networking, that's the reason why we are here now, and the advisory board. So for the navigation staff, we're going to capitalize a course already realized within the legacy Command Plus by CIMA, but more companies will be involved and practical information will be added, and the course will be delivered for all the countries involved in the project, so also for Spain, France, and Italy. More modules will be. But we are going also to deliver some questionnaires to the navigation staff for two reasons. From one side, to understand which is the perception of risk for the species by people that are on board of vessels that can be a threat for the species, and to try to find from them possible solutions that are really feasible. And then the citizen science, we recognize the importance of the involvement of citizens in all the process, as Europe is telling us since a long time from now. And so we were going to set up a process that allowed us to involve citizens, maintaining a high level of data collected, and involve citizens for not only for raising awareness, but just let them feel that they are part of the problem and they are part of the solution. So this is our goal for this aspect. So the networking, you will see, of course, is in line with the same goal, to try to be more useful as possible and connect our common goal. And then the advisory board. The advisory board is quite large for this project. Almost 40 organizations are involved, and they are coming from different sectors. And of course, all departments are in the advisory board, but also the national, regional, and local authorities. They are the one that have to manage action for conservation and mitigation, but also the Maritime stakeholders, the industry linked to the threat, to the problem, are involved, helping us to find the best solution. So, of course, the Maritime stakeholders and the blue economy for the part linked to the maritime. And of course, the scientific community and all the conservational stakeholders will help us to set the process from the data collection to the data analysis, and in order to have the best product as possible at the end. So this is just to give you an idea. We expect this project to have a long-lasting duration, a sustainability also during time after the end of the project. And of course, this is due thanks to different aspects. So first is the multidisciplinary green approach, which uses vessels already at sea, not putting other vessels at sea, that was used already for many years within a network already existing, and that will be easily derived passed to this network for the long-lasting continuation after the project. And the protocol and the guidelines will be available for everybody in every other situation, time, space, or whatever, to renew the approach, to use the same approach in other situations. And of course, the identification of important sites and season will be delivered and used, could be used for managing action in the time. And we think that the ongoing participation of key stakeholders will put the first step to let the measure identified be really used in the future. So where are we now? So this is the start of the project. This meeting is the start of the project, but we already did something because the project started in January, last January. So the project will last for 4 years. We are now a three-quarter of the first year. We just set a bit of all the action for see. This is quite a mess. I will not explain that. This is the network of all the action and the deliverable like the milestone. But we set just almost all the action. We did quite a lot during those months, so one deliverable, milestone, quite a lot of meetings, and we set then working groups in order to follow all the aspects of the project. So we start quite a lot, quite soon, with all the communication part, which is important for us also to share the goal of the project and to find other collaborations. And just last week, we started the multidisciplinary data collection. So we were ready, we just started with the visual data collection, and last week we started setting all the logistic and the approach for the multidisciplinary data collection, which is the one that you saw also in the individual, so something of this experience. So they are quite ready now. And so that's it for now. I'm waiting for your project, and then we can discuss and just take time just to set up a possible collaboration. Thank you very much, Antonella. Now we start your part. The first presentation will be given by Alessandro Pitti from Life Delphi. Alessandro, you can start to share your presentation.
Yes. Good morning. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. So what we are doing. Sorry, I'm not preparing an ad hoc presentation for this meeting, but that's really a very plenty of presentations every week. So I'm a coordinator of this project on the name of experience over efficient interactions in which are we talking about. The process deals with the interactions between fish activities and dolphins, basically producers and garbage. But we have several other different activities, and some of them have let's say, cooler for and talking with Conceptu Maris. So this is mostly the project flow, but as you know, it's quite similar for most online projects that you know. There are some Marina reactions and then conservation actions and monitoring and designation. So the most important part is the renewables, the engagement of fishermen. Then we follow the approach that we did, that we had in the past that we had the project of Singapore. The old project was applied, and so we started the project with Rainier reactions, as you know, for most of the project with guidelines, reviewing available information, with several different visual message, not establishing the interaction, the problem. This was mostly to characterize the problem. We developed guidelines for necropsy because we have a partner which is the University of Padua, which is mostly for this part. So then we had the main problem was the fishermen. Then we started with the communication approach because the initial perception with dolphins is that fishermen are like the killers of dolphins, and we started trying to change this first perception by involving fishermen also in the solution of the problem to find out the coexistence between dolphins and fishes in the Mediterranean. And the main objective was to make fishermen responsibility in the conservation project. Then we characterize the problem by knowledge, interviews, and the data available. to identify possible hotspots in the areas, Marina especially, being sure of the problem, economic problem, etc. If there are some specific seasonal trends, the package of tourists, the economic loss, as you can see, from 2,000 up to 10,000 euros per vessel each year. And then we started training fishermen. I would say some suggestions that are quite simple. So it's just fishermen, all partners with evaluation, competence, and then training for different aspects. There on profit washing. Profit washing is one of the projects that is trying to involve fishermen in switching activities from fisheries to profit washing, at least in a hotspot period of interaction with dolphins and fisheries. And finally, we do a work which is a critical part of the project because we have the experience to go more, we have to speak with fishermen, with the experienced personnel on board. This is mostly being trust and credibility for fishermen. I can go that because we don't have so much time. And we try acoustic devices such as one, but with some problems, to be honest, because the faculty speaker is completely interacting and this is not true. And we had very good results in the pregnancy, to be honest, and we had some problems with evaluation in the giganti part. Where we are working also with different types of lights to avoid interaction, especially with fluid peers such as bottom fluid and flash flowing and dolphins, and also with other types of lights in passiveness, but we are at the beginning. We also work to give fishermen an option to use different fishing gears, specified fishing gears such as classical rods scale instead of, let's say, passiveness, which is more harmful for fishermen. This is mostly because dolphins are a problem for fishermen, an economic problem, or social problem, obviously they give the same amount. But then we have another as I told before about the dolphin watching. And then also several monitoring, as you can see from this picture, the different types of interactions that we have recorded. But apart from them, we also have action on acoustic. This was necessary because the ability to first improve the recording succeed, and then we are developing the albums there to first prototype of the hydrophone recorder, the hydrophone, which is about a few dollars of euros, and in such a way we will be able to create a kind of network recorder in different areas. And then trying to develop the media, which is the main problem with the interactive areas, and we are working with neural networks and learning machine. This is mostly working with some recordings, audio recordings already. And the final goal is to try and find out a trigger for, let's say, a possible alarm or for developing a new media. And then the final step of fishermen is that we are on dissemination, but I will go to the Simon. And then we are working with we are forming some recipes and just we had one of these meetings with experts coming from South Africa, and this is mostly to set up rescue teams in different parts to stranded or alive dolphins. Citizen science, we are doing a lot of this happen. Now there are several projects developing apps for sightings. This started to be with recreational sale of nets, etc. And but I think it's a useful when we need to reach covering a large domain of, several users. But it's useful and we have a massive activity with citizen on board, with several activities at sea, etc. In the past years, some quite famous people activities our activities, and we are developing some guidelines that are used by the okay, so we have to use to sign. I don't know what's in English, the perfect translation. That's all. I probably often come with the times, but that's all. I hope it's clear what we are doing.
Thank you very much. Now we have the time for a strong sea life by Serena Rubini.
Serena, scusa, qual è?
Live, brava. Poi navigazione. E 2. Conceptu Maris. E prendi la PPT e lo spazio. Vengo prima lo spazio, poi prima lo spazio e poi la presentazione normale.
No, vogliamo.
Ah, ok, allora scusate questa cosa.
Serena, puoi comandare tu.
Puoi comandare la presentazione? Ah.
È acceso.
Acceso il microfono? Sì. Faccio partire il video?
Signori e signori, buonasera. Good morning, I am Serena Lomiri from ISPRA. I don't like so much to speak, so I show you a short video about our project, because sometimes images speak better than words. Strong Sea is a survey and treatment on ghost net sea life. It's a life that like to face the threat on ghost net lost at sea. Però okay. Project coordinator of the is ISPRA, together with 5 associated, 3 public bodies and 2 private partners. We have Corpo Forestale di Vigilanza Ambientale della Regione Sardegna, Protected Marine Area Isola della Sinara, AGRIS, that is an agency for scientific research of Regione Sardinia, and two private that are MCM, Cooperativa Produzione Lavoro, and Petra Patrimonio Corsica, that is our French partner. It is a 5-year project. It is started this year in summer with concrete action, implemented in Gulf of Asinara and northwest coast of Sardinia. Scope of the project is to protect and to improve the conservation status of priority habitats Posidonia oceanica and Coralligenus. Both habitats are included in Habitat Directive, and the threat to face are ALDFG, abandoned, lost, or otherwise discarded fishing gear, a matter of increasing concern. More than 600,000 tons of ghost net gear are lost each year in marine environment. ALDFG are a very persistent marine litter degrading in microplastic, impacting fish stock, benthic environment, and several pelagic species that can die of suffocation or suffer serious injuries. Objectives of Strong Sea are data collection and mapping, both regarding biological components, for example, species, habitat extent, conservation status, and obviously ghost net presence. The definition of a site-specific technique selecting the best way to act according to the specific condition of intervention site. The development of a virtuous supply chain concerning disposal and recycling, because a problem that we find in the preparing this project is what can we do with all tools recovered from the sea. We like also to prepare the drafting of guidelines to identify and validate unique intervention protocol that can be used by operators, stakeholders, technicians, and scientists. And also, more important in LIFE program, raising awareness among stakeholders. We like to reinforce the collaboration with competent authorities. Strong Sea, more important key action are preparatory action as the update of baseline. This action is for this year concluded. We made a multi-beam side-scan sonar ROV campaign to check the status of conservation of ghost nets, of presence of ghost nets that we know. We have also conservation action, first of all, removal of ghost nets, then the collection, disposal, and recycling, and obviously the guideline drafting. We have also monitoring action to assess the environmental status and action of dissemination and public awareness increase. I like to show you some picture of, I came back yesterday from our first campaign of recovery, made up with the help of divers of Polizia di Stato. We recover, you can see the image of the recovering of a very big trammel net, 700 meters. You can find, there was a scorpena. You can see that we can free a fish that was still alive in the net, and we some other fish that have not the same good luck. We can see also the researcher that take measures of individuals, biological components that we find trapped in the net. How we will contribute to the project Conceptu Maris. Strong Sea and Conceptu Maris can collaborate on different actions. First of all, marine litter detection, in particular regarding abandoned fishing gear. Strong Sea focuses its attention on ALDFG, but will record the location of all litter identified during our campaigns. The reports of entanglement of one species of common interest trapped in fishing net are identified. We can collaborate also on citizen science campaign, also thanks to the Sea Watcher app that we use to report ALDFG presence, but also all marine litter in general is an app developed by Inforac with the help on MITE. And on the Sea Watcher app you can find all a section dedicated to strong sea. Okay. Both projects, Strong Sea and Conceptu Maris, devoted their attention to the growing problem of marine litter, and ALDFG are a common point. So Strong Sea and Conceptu Maris can collaborate on different aspects, obtain better results regarding, first of all, the enlargement of the study area, the exchange of data and results, useful for protocols and guideline drafting. Data exchange could be very important because could improve the ability of mapping ALDFG and marine litter in general, allowing to intervene promptly in the removal to save and protect the biodiversity in Mediterranean Sea. Data exchange will also improve the mapping of environmental characteristics. Collaboration will also boost replication and transfer to spread the approach in more EU Mediterranean areas and countries. The possibility of educating general public and technical and scientific stakeholders provided by the LIFE program is another tool shared by Strong Sea and Conceptu Maris. Awareness campaign carried out in synergy, the exchange of data and the participation in dissemination event will allow to reach a great number of public by generating a change of mentality aimed at environmental protection. So we can start working together.
Antonella, I think that we cannot hear you.
Thank you very much. You're welcome. Thank you to Conceptu Maris.
And the next presentation will be from Constantino Topouzelis from University of Degen, Coastal Marine Litter Observatory.
Can you hear me because I cannot hear you? Huh? Now, try.
I'll try.
Okay, now it's okay. So you can hear me. I share my screen. Give me a second. So I suppose that you can see my screen. I will put it in full screen. Okay. So I will have it like this here. So thank you for the invitation, and it's very nice to be with you electronically here. My name is Kostas Topouzelis. I'm Associate Professor in the University of Aegean, Department of Marine Science. And I'm going to present you today what we're doing about the marine litter that exists on the beach. So I'm going to present you the Coastal Marine Litter Observatory, which is not exactly on the core of the project that we have, but however, I think that it is quite nice that we can find common ground for fighting the marine litter. So I'm not going to explain to you about marine litter. I'm sure that all of you know about the problem that exists. This is an image that it is on the island that I live. It's on the Lesbos Island in the Aegean Sea. These images exist all over Europe, I can say all over the world. So from the beginning, 5 years ago, we decided to create a system that can at least map the problem and guide the clearance efforts. So our idea was to use UAVs, and we used drone data in order to do an automatic detection and find out the areas that contain high concentration of the litters on the beaches. So we use UAV for that, and then we do an image processing for the detection using automatic AI. This AI helped us a lot in order to do the automatic target detection. And from this detection, then we create marine density maps and other information that I will show you in a while. So the whole system is fully automatic. Someone can go, take data, upload it to the system, and then have as a result a marine meter density map. Here you can see a video how the CMLO methodology works in an area close to the sea. As you can see, the several litters exist here, and we can detect them and count them. And you can see here that we work with 7 different categories of debris. This is the plastic, the paper, the metal, cloth, glass and ceramic, rubber and wood. And we have an 8th one, which is the unknown, some debris that we are not sure of what they are, but we have to put them into the system. Once we have these categories, then we have some thousands of images from drones, and we went and we annotate these images to this debris to the images. And from this annotation, using artificial intelligence, we have delivered a service that litters are fully automatically detected on the drone images. So if I go on the next one, this is a result of a case study that we have done. This is from an island in Greece. It's called Rainier Island, and this island is very close to the famous one of Mykonos Island. Marina, it's an archaeological site, which means that there are no inhabitants there. It's only for visiting for archaeological reasons. And we have selected an isolated beach, which is nice for us because we don't expect to have any human interaction. So you can see a result of the drone survey. Actually, we have taken images from all over this beaches around. This is with 4 flights with a very small drone, so it's not something very sophisticated. However, we have created a very dedicated flying protocol, so we have always the same sampling ground distance, and this is important in order to run the algorithm. In the middle of the image, you can see here the concentration map, the little concentration map that exists into several categories. These categories show us if the area is high polluted from litter or not. So when you see red here, it means that we have more than 25 objects in an area which is 100 square meters, so it's 10 by 10 meters of each of this block. And in the last image here, you can see the confidence level of the detections that we have done through the algorithm. And you can see how sure we are about the litter that we have detected in the area. This is very important in order to calculate the actual debris that exists on the coastline, and also to improve the detection of the system if you lower a bit the confidence. If you find also some detections that they are not correct, as misclassified, then we can use those for the improvement of the system. From several validation campaigns that we have run, we have seen that our detection algorithm is better than 85%, which is quite nice. And when the background is quite clean, meaning that the beach is sandy and not very complicated, we can reach up to 90% of the detection of debris. Let's see. This system has been run for a long time now in Greece. You can see actually part of it. Now we have all Greece covered, also Ionian Sea here. Okay, with this slide, we can see that we have more than 50 islands, plenty of beaches, close to 1,000 flights, and we cover more or less more than 4 million square meters area. And now we're close to 100 kilometers of coastline that we monitor. You can see here how the system looks like. And here are the several flights that we have done in these areas. And in general, you can see the detections and also the statistics that we have up to now. And this system runs quite nicely. We have tested also in Portugal, and it runs smoothly. The TRL now level is 7. It is very close to go to the next one. And the accuracy, as I said, is above 80%, and this is fully cloud platform, works automatically. Once you upload the data, then the system checks if it is correct or not, and once we have the data, then we have a very nice result. We think that we have, if not the largest one, but one of the largest data sets that exist for the marine litter in the world, and we have more than 400,000 marine litter items, and this is annotated in the drone data, in the aerial images. I will show you some examples of the system. So here you can see the Rainier that I showed you before. This is the place here. We have several other beaches that it is also covered in the same area. And once we select the data set, then we have information about the flight, we have the information about the images that exist, the image footprint, the report, and the density map. So here is an example, but we have 3 different data sets from an area, and once you have different data sets, then you can see the differences. This is the mosaic of the aerial photographs from the area. It's part of the example that we showed before. And as you can see here, we have some overlaps between the images, which is not nice for the detection because sometimes you can be confused and detect 2 times the same plastics. So we have run a system in order to exclude these areas that they are fully covered. And we take it out this, so we have the image footprint, and if we take out the image footprint, then we can have this for the detection. So here you have the images, the greens and those that we use for the detection, and for each of these images we have the detection of the plastics in its aerial image. In these 7 categories, plus the unknown, in a confidence level that we know, so we are sure that it is debris above 80%, and then we have the confidence level. Here is an example of the result. You can see this is an archaeological site that I told you before. Here you can see some examples of the detection that we have here. And this is the litters in polygon, which is also very nice because we can then use them and annotate them for other classification purposes. This is also nice. I mean, to have the different categories is also nice because you can see where the problem comes from, and you can see if the policies that we have in Europe are working, and if we would like to take some more measures in which direction we should go or avoid. And as I said before, this is the confidence level. For us, it's very important, this layer, because we can improve always the system, and we can see when we do some misclassifications, and also to be very sure about the existence of the debris on the beaches. This is the density map. So we have tiles from 10 meters by 10 meters. You can see here the counting of the objects, which is a classification method that we have included here. And this is quite nice because it comes also with legislation that can guide us if this is cleaned or not. And also we can do data filtering. All this information is stored in the database, and we can have any inquiry in the database for the different categories. Also, we can select the confidence level. So maybe we would like to have, let's say, liter from 90 to 100%, or to be absolutely sure 100% at all about the detections, and then the maps will change significantly. Here you can see a time series comparison. So in the same area, we can see, we compare the two layers, which means that we have day 1 and day 2, and we subtract the day 1 from the day 2, we subtract from the base, from day 1 the other bases. This is the example of 8 months of difference. So we can see that in some cases we have an increase of the detection of the litter, and in some cases we have an increase of the detection of the litter. This has to be very carefully explained because some of the litters are buried under the ditch, or we have someone that is cut it in very small pieces and we cannot detect it anymore. However, we can see the overall trend, which is important for our detection methods. This is, I will end here. This is the web page that we have, cmlo.igm.gr. And I have to say that this is quite important for us to have users and to find out if it is the detection quite nice in other areas. And as a synergist, I can say that it would be very nice this time to expand it on the sea surface. This is something that we already doing. So we train, and we are in the process of training an algorithm to do the detection of the litters on the sea surface, always using drone data. So you can imagine that as a drone flying from a boat, surveying the area around it, and then it comes down. We have a system that we can upload the data into the CMLO, and then we have a very fast litter concentration map. I think that I went a bit fast, but in my understanding, we had only 10 minutes, so I tried to put it everything there.
Thank you very much. Really interesting. Now we have the last presentation before the coffee break. We are a little bit behind. Then we'll have the coffee break, a short version of the coffee break, and then we'll be back with the presentation. Now we have Valeria Puglieri for Life Amar Natura 2000. Thank you very much.
Okay, can you hear me? Yes. So thank you very much for this opportunity of networking to the live project Conceptu Maris and to my colleague Antonella. Our project is called Life Amar Natura 2000 and is a life project. Doesn't go? Ah, okay. Life Amar Natura 2000 is a life project that aims to reduce the impact on marine sites from the network Natura 2000. How is a governance and communication project, so it's very focused on communication and increase of the awareness. Our targets are the stakeholders that enjoy the use of marine areas, so fishers, divers, tour operators, but also citizens. And this project has as key strategy the implementation of few very powerful elements. On one side, as I already said, the raising the awareness about Natura 2000 marine areas, marine sites, the promotion of good practices in the marine sites, the promotion of active citizenship, like most of the live projects actually, and the provision of training and capacity buildings for the stakeholders, but mainly for the managers of the marine Natura 2000 sites. And finally, the empowerment of the stakeholders as key people to make the Natura 2000 areas to protect the Natura 2000 marine areas. Oops, sorry. Okay, so from which idea came the proposal Life Amar Natura 2000? Basically, everybody knows, mainly in this room, what is a Natura 2000 network. It's a very powerful tool that the European Commission launched 30 years ago. In 2022 actually is the celebration of Life is 30 as the implementation of the Birds Directive and Habitats Directive. So this network, the network of Natura 2000 covers the 18% of the lands in Europe and the 9% of the marine areas, marine extension. The total extension is more than 1 million square kilometers. But despite, as I was saying, Natura 2000 is 30, the knowledge of it is not so high, is not so spread all over. And actually, in Italy, according to the statistics, only the 9% is aware about what is Natura 2000. 9% of the public, and in Spain the percentage is 6%. Oops, sorry. Okay. So this data were confirmed by a survey carried out by Triton Research, one of the partners of Life Amar, that realized that actually the data were even were bad, but not so bad, because the survey highlighted that if people know that they are in a Natura 2000 marine area, they care more about their attitude, what they do in that area, and so on. Triton collected some very important inputs to put together this project that has been, of course, funded later on. And these main key elements were to share information through social networks. Everybody is every day on social network. to make more accessible the maps about Natura 2000 marine areas, because at the moment we are very very used, maybe I'm talking to a very special public, but we are used to know what is a land Natura 2000 area, but we don't really know which is or where are the Natura 2000 marine sites. It's more difficult to understand, to know actually. So to provide maps, web maps, to know that can be another key element. And the last key element could be organize promotional initiatives at local level to make people more aware about the place where they live, for instance, or the place where they go for tourism. So Life Amar summarize all this information in one key message, that is, if we know and love Natura 2000 marine sites, we can protect them better and more. Sorry. È colpa mia? Non va avanti. Sì, scusami. Ok. Okay, sorry, these are the results of the survey that Triton Research made in 2020. Okay, so this project has been presented by a partnership made by four subjects. One of them is also connected by Zoom, is Mr. Celada from LIPU, and I leave the floor to him after I hand my presentation. And the other three partners are, of course, Triton Research, but also Federparchi, that is the coordinator of the project, and Fundación Biodiversidad, that is the Spanish foundation from the Ministry of the Ecological Transition. So, how is structured the project? Of course, we have some preparatory activities, as many of you know if you deal with European Life Program. Some core activities that are, I can say, that are very, very innovative and funny. The awareness campaign and the involvement campaign to promote the Natura 2000 marine sites will be made through 2 sailing campaigns, we'll see later, through a communication and citizen science activity. So this is quite common in Natura 2000, in life projects recently, because citizen science is, as you know very well, recognized as a key element to involve actively people and citizens. Training and capacity buildings for the managers of Natura 2000 marine sites. This is another important element of the project, because we'll provide actually the knowledge about the knowledge, but also the hints to involve more the stakeholders that use or that are used to go to marine sites. And of course, an action for replicability that is addressed to other Mediterranean countries. Of course, there is a monitoring of project impact as usual in every life project, and the communication dissemination together with the project management. So what I was saying in relation to the core activities is that would be very funny, will be very funny, is the sailing campaigns that will start from the next spring, summer, first in Italy and then in Spain. with 2 regattas, 2 sailing campaigns that will last respectively 2 months and 1 month. So 2 months in Italy and will cover 30 marine sites of Natura 2000, and in Spain will cover 10 marine sites of Natura 2000. Another important key element that I mentioned already is the activity for the replication of the project that will implement capacity building activities, capacity building meetings in France, Greece, Malta and Albania. This will happen through 4 sessions that will be held by Triton and by Fundación Biodiversidad mainly, but of course with the collaboration of all partners. And I'm nearly finished. So the impacts of the project is very challenging. It's very important. What we want to reach is to, through many different tools, through many different activities, reach out more than 6 million of European citizens. And this will be possible thanks to the huge effort in terms of video, all the campaigns, the social networks, of course, radio and television, and also thanks to the help of this activity, this opportunity like today of networking with other projects that can make more effective the communication of each project. Of course, other impacts is to open actually a channel of communication about the advertisement of Natura 2000 marine sites. The replication, of course, so we will have an important impact in terms of replication after collecting, of course, the results in our capacity building activities, and of course the networking activities that are like today very important, as I said. So this is just a short identity card of the project. So I finish here and I leave the floor to Claudio if you want to introduce. Oh.
Yes, thanks a lot, Valeria, and hi everybody. No PowerPoint from my side, but just a very short integration to what Valeria just said. I work for LIPU, which is the BirdLife partner in Italy, and obviously what we bring in this project is the birds, the marine birds. Especially we will focus our efforts on the policy aspects. And this is because when we consider the birds directive and its implementation, what we see is that this is very poor in Italy, and it's lagging behind in general in all of Europe. Our main idea is that by raising awareness of the general public and of stakeholders, basically you also strengthen the case for the policy aspects. So the idea is to use this project to help push forward some crucial policy aspects that I'm going to list very quickly. First one is the designation of marine sites according to Natura 2000 and also to the European biodiversity strategy. And when I say that, I think it's important to highlight that designation of special protected areas is very late in Europe and in Italy especially. Then, of course, in parallel, we need, once these sites will be designated, and especially there are very few pelagic sites that have been designated in Italy. We will need to attach to this designation conservation measures and of course to see them implemented. And finally, two more aspects that are very relevant for the future of these areas, of these Natura 2000 sites, will be to push forward research on bycatch of marine birds, which has been a little bit neglected compared to other groups of animals. And we have good reasons to believe that especially close to the main colonies of marine birds, I'm thinking about shearwater colony in Linosa, for example. Bycatch is a problem, and we have run some tests this last summer, talking with fishermen, and we have reasons to believe that some further work is necessary here. And a very last point is we, as LIPU, we are going to do work on the maritime spatial planning consultation because we all know that offshore wind farms is going to become more and more relevant for the energy package in Europe. This is going to happen all very quickly, and we really need to keep an eye on the more fragile and important sites that we have in our Mediterranean Sea. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Claudio. Now we have the coffee break. It's going to be a short version of it because we are kind of behind. Then we'll be back at 5 minutes to noon. And before, I'll ask you, for the people present here, to tell to Elena the people are staying for lunch later on. Thank you very much. She's in the back. We'll be back in 10 minutes. But anyhow, the coffee for the one that are here will be available for all the time until the end. Thanks. You can, exactly, you can hang, you know. not just talking and listening. Then is discussion. We'll have a discussion at the end of the session, but in the meantime, she will make some important points, underline some aspects.
Stay there. Just eat and drink, no problem. No, was just to let you know that we are taking notes of everything that you are saying. And the effort will be after this meeting to put together the ideas of collaboration. So I took some notes. I read it to you, and then you will have time also to think about it and to give us a list, not today, also during the next day, as a strong C did. Okay, so about the Life Delphi, I see, first of all, a lot of complementarity in the training of people that live at sea. So we are going to organize a training for the maritime sector. You are going, I don't know if they are online. Yes, sorry. Là? Okay.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. So I think that we have a lot of complementarities with this training. So I think it could be nice to straighten this complementarity and to check and suggestions and whatever on the training course that we are setting for the maritime sector and for the fishermen. And so I was also thinking that probably we are not going to use citizen science for collecting data from the general public. Mainly we are going to train people and to come on board with us and collecting data with the researchers. But for sure, with the communication action and so on, we will have a lot of occasion, for example, to promote your app for collecting data, general data on cetacean and sea turtle. So this could be another idea. And of course, Strong Sea already pointed out a lot of potential collaboration. I took note of everything. Just I wanted to ask you, for the marine litter detection and the record of entanglement, Strong Sea Life, Serena, the question is, do you need a record on entanglement and marine litter in your areas or whatever? Yeah, because we will pass through the Bonifacio Strait and Asinara quite a lot of times, so we can just record any case of entanglement or marine litter and give it to you. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. So.
Hello. So, just wondering, was it my turn to present, or I just had a sound problem? So.
Yeah, just 2 minutes.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay.
I'll wait.
Thank you. And to report. And we will report also. everything we will see, we will report to you for that area. And for the University of Japan, Konstantin is not here anymore. Okay, so I will tell him later. And of course, with AMAR, there will be a lot of potential collaboration with all the communication activities. So from my side, those were the notes.
Thank you, Antonella. Now we'll go again with the presentation. Next talk will be from Life Civil by Guillaume Lete. Thank you very much.
Yeah, can you see the screen? The screen shared?
Yes.
All right. Well, thanks a lot for the invitation and for the presentations that have been done before. That was really interesting. So there's a lot to do and a lot that is being done with marine litter in general. So that's really great to see every project around this. So I'm gonna present to you the project Life Civil. Can you all see the screen over there? Is that right? Okay, perfect. So the Life Civil project is the short for saving seabirds from marine litter. So it's specifically focusing on the plastic pollution of the oceans. So it will be less about fisher gears, even though we will have some aspects of the project that will focus on this particular point, but it will be more about the plastic pollution in general. So what we realized was that the plastic pollutions had impacts directly on species, which are known impacts, and you probably know it as well as I do, which are entanglements, the occlusion, the intoxication. We estimate that annually, approximately 1 million seabirds in Europe are dying due to the plastic ingestion. And we estimate as well that 90% of seabirds are currently having plastic in their stomach. Another estimation is that by 2050, if we don't do anything about that issue, there will be 99% of seabirds having plastic inside of the stomach. So there is also impacts on the habitats, the seabirds' habitats, I mean, which are the mechanical cleaning and the manual cleaning. They can have impacts on the reproductive ability of the seabird. They can also have impacts on the eggs that can be destroyed, or the ecosystems in the beach in general. So it was a secondary approach, but still it was important to highlight. So the project will focus on seabirds specifically, as you understood, and how the plastic is impacting them. It's repartited between France, Spain, and Portugal. We are 5, quite a little life project, but we are 5 partners on this project. We are 2 French partners working with La Rochelle University. In Spain, we will be working with the CEO, which is a seabird study institute, and the University of Almeria at the south. So we also have some geographical area in common with Conceptu Maris, as you can see, which is the east of Spain. And then we'll be working with Portugal as well at Belangas at West Portugal. So the project has started, well, it was supposed to start at the end of 2021, but it started more early 2022. And it will last until the end of 2024. So I will present you the project going through the 4, what I think are the 4 main objectives. The first objective is to develop the citizen data and to support eco-friendly beach cleanups. As I was talking to you early in the presentation, we estimate that the cleanups can have impacts on seabirds' habitats as well. So first, for the citizen data, we will adapt a stranded seabird application that will allow us to gather some citizen data about the stranded seabird we can find on shore, but also about the marine litter we can find onshore as well. So we will adapt an existent application, which is ICAO, which is a mobile application, and make it as well as possible, so the citizens can use it. We'll also be working and already working on raising awareness on the eco-friendly beach cleanups. So it's mainly focused on the Kentish plovers. So I don't know if you have a lot of them around your areas, but we edited a guide, which is a guide for the good practices during the beach cleanups, and it will give a list of stuff that you should and should not do during the beach cleanups, and also maps, risk maps that are locating the nesting areas for the seabirds nesting on the shore. So that way that can avoid for destroying some nests or eggs. So that's supposed to be accompanying some beach cleanup organizers. Those are the three first actions of the project, which are in the first objective. The second objective will be about constituting a stranded seabird transnational network. That's the core objective of the project. The idea there will be to identify one or several indicative species for the good ecological state. So roughly what we want to do is to collect some seabirds on the shore in Portugal, in France, and in Spain. And we will send them to a laboratory, which will be at La Rochelle University, so in France territory. And we will proceed to necropsies and analyses, looking for plastic waste inside of the stomach. So by getting this information, we will be able to identify one or more indicative species for the Atlantic shore in Spain, France, and Portugal. And then it will be useful, because that way we can just keep them as a measure for some action that we want to implement, or if we want to do further studies on them. So the idea is to create this transnational network between the three countries, and in the final to be able to get some data about plastic ingestion. The third objective will be to identify marine litter sources and to work on their reduction. So there will be two aspects on this objective. First, we want to monitor the marine litter. So we'll be running some OSPAR protocols and trying to harmonize the OSPAR protocol between France, Portugal, and Spain. We will also test some new protocols in France to analyze microplastic and be able to easily estimate the amount of plastic we can meet on the shore by just sampling some sand. And also we want to integrate the seabirds in the OSPAR protocol. Also, we will drive territorial diagnosis in France. So we will be working with some local municipalities in French territory and try to identify the sectors that are responsible for the marine litter on the shore, and try to work with them a bit as the other projects were staying with the fishermen. We want to try with the industries that are on the shore and try to figure some solution out with them to reduce their impact on the littoral. And lastly, we want also to implement some tidal bins in Spain. So tidal bins are these big bins that we can put onshore, and in which the citizens can just collect some waste on the beach. They put it in the tidal bins, And then that's useful because it allows us to characterize the litter we can find inside of those bins. So that's interesting as well to identify the source of the pollution, and then we can therefore have some more impactful actions because we know where to act. And so the last objective will be about educate and sensibilization. So those are quite classic, will be trying to educate the great public, the citizens, to the problematics of plastic, of marine litter in general, on how they impact the seabirds and what we can do to avoid using single-use plastic. We'll be also working in schools, mainly if we can maritime schools, so the schools that will be training the future workers at sea. So what we want to do is to intervene inside of the schools and to speak about those problematics of marine litter and how they impact seabirds, but biodiversity in general. And on media, we have already a website that you can see at the bottom of our page, so you can visit it if you want, and we'll do some paper publications as well. So those are pretty classic actions. All right, so that's pretty much it. We also have some monitoring actions, but it's going to start next year. Yeah, I'm over.
Thank you very much, Guillaume. Thanks. And now we have...
I don't know if we cannot hear you until now.
Can you hear me? But anyhow, we'll thank you very much. And we'll go with Abiomed, and Celia Leravalek will present it. Okay, now.
Yeah, we can hear you, but there is some echo.
Sorry. Celia, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yeah, hello Antonio, hello everyone. Is it okay? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay,
Thank
great.
you very much.
We can hear you and you can hear us. That's great. Thank you very much. Hello everybody. And thanks very much for the invitation. I will briefly introduce the Abiomed project. Let me share my screen. I guess you can see the first slide with the Abiomed title. I will focus my presentation on activity 4 of Abiomed related to cetaceans, but just a few words of introduction on the Abiomed project. Abiomed project is aimed at supporting coherent and coordinated assessment of biodiversity and measures across Mediterranean for the next 6-year cycle of MSFD implementation. So Abiomed is focused on MSFD, and of course their complementarity with the Habitat Directive. Regarding Abiomed, as the overall project, there are 6 activities. The coordination work package, as usual. There is a work package dedicated to pelagic habitat, another work package on benthic habitats, our work package on cetaceans. There is also activity 6 related to the integration of the good environmental status biodiversity assessment, which is led by SPARAC, and also an activity related to socioeconomic analysis of program of measures. But here I'm just to speak about the work package or activity 4 related to marine mammals.
Presentation mode?
Yeah, sorry, no,
Okay,
because
thank you
my
very much.
presentation starts with the activity 4, but I wanted to introduce a bit further the Abiomed project. And the Abiomed overall coordination is ensured by HCMR in Greece, and activity 4 is coordinated by the ACOBAM Secretariat. It's a bit long presentation, but I'll be quick on some details which are not really of interest of your meeting, and I'm sure that most of the partners are present in this meeting, so can provide more insight on their own activities if needed. So the work package on marine mammals is aimed at streamlining the descriptors D1 criteria regarding marine mammal species group, small-toothed cetaceans, deep-diving toothed cetaceans, and baleen whales, toward coordinated monitoring and assessment in the Mediterranean region. So there are 5 partners in this work package. The coordination is ensured by ACOBAMS, and we have Tethys Research Institute, CONISMA, ISPRA, and Eco-Ocean Institute in charge of other technical tasks. The objective of this work package, as I said, is to streamline monitoring of D1 cetacean criteria, in particular by promoting and supporting regional coordination between EU countries. I'm sure that most of you are aware that one of the weaknesses in the implementation of MSFD, and in particular, or especially in our case, in relation to cetaceans, is the lack of coordination between EU countries in terms of monitoring, assessment of data, definition of threshold, of governmental status. I mean, all the stages of the MSFD cycle should be coordinated between EU countries, and unfortunately it's been quite difficult to reach this result. The second objective of this work package is to capitalize on available information on the species group. Abiomed and the project is funded by the DG Environment, and this call and all the projects selected under this call were not aimed at improving knowledge compared to the different life projects we have seen this morning. So all the activities which are included in Abiomed are more related to work on data analysis, methods, assessment, and coordination, not to collect new data. And it's also a way to help EU countries, EU Mediterranean countries, in the implementation of the 2017 Commission decision on the good environmental status. So to further develop and operationalize the criteria related to cetaceans, and to support coordinated assessment for the Mediterranean cetacean species, including the definition of threshold value for the criteria D1C1, D1C2, D1C4, and D1C5. And also to assess and improve the consistency of the determination of the good environmental status for this species. So here you have the logical organization, let's say, of the different tasks between the partners. So task 4.1, coordinated by ACOBAMS, is related to improving the regional coordination in relation with the monitoring. ISPRA is in charge of the task 4.2 to the elaboration of proposals for threshold values. And we have 3 tasks led by scientific partners, which are more related to the complementarity of the data set, or analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of the different analytical methods and statistical methods used in the monitoring of the different criteria. So we have Eco-Ocean Institute in charge of the task 4.4 and working on the complementarity of large-scale approach between surveys from boats, surveys from planes. We have CONISMA in charge of the task 4.3 related to spatial distribution modeling, and we have Tethys Research Institute in charge of task 4.5 and leading some statistical comparison between temporal and spatial scales of different data sets. So really briefly on the different activity, sorry, I guess you can see the top of the presentation. I hope so, because there is a Zoom black at the top, but I guess you can see. So the first task led by the ACOBAM Secretariat is implemented through a working group on citation monitoring under MSFD. We have been establishing this working group through our ACOBAM focal point, and we ask them to identify and to appoint the experts or researchers in charge of the definition and implementation of MSFD citation monitoring programs in their country. So up to now, we have colleagues from Croatia, Cyprus, France, Greece, Italy, Malta, Slovenia was not yet appointed, and Spain participating in this working group. Considering the geographical scope of ACOBAMS, we also invited colleagues from Bulgaria and Romania and Portugal to join, and there are also other activities for partners involved in the work of this working group. So this working group is really aimed at strengthening the regional coordination among the countries on MSFD and citation monitoring. So our intention is really to feedback from the members of the working group to understand the different national context, how their national monitoring programs are implemented, what kind of techniques they are using, what's the time frame, and what source of data is considered, what are the definition of the good environment status, and what are the criteria and social values they have been using until now. And also to use this working group to facilitate exchange of experience between the members and to identify commonalities, differences, and gaps in monitoring and data analysis methods. And the final objective of this working group is to propose recommendation to improve the cooperation and facilitate the next cycle of MSFD. The working group works mainly through online meetings, and we have a final face-to-face meeting to be organized in March 2023. We had a first meeting this year, I think it was in March or April, and we will plan a meeting during the autumn in the coming weeks, let's say. Okay, I don't think you really need the timeline of the activities, but in terms of deliverables, this activity is expected to provide a review of the different elements of the MSFD related to cetaceans in the EU Mediterranean country, and also a report of the face-to-face meeting to be organized on next year. The second activity led by ESPRA is related to the definition of the elaboration of proposal for social values. And the colleagues have been working until now on reviewing existing information to identify whether this can be representative and usable for trend analysis. In particular, the colleagues have been reviewing existing social values definition within the Habitat Directive, MSFD, Barcelona Convention, and ICAP, and also to other global and regional context through AWC or other regional sea convention like OSPA or ICOM. And the final deliverable expected proposal for the definition of social value for cetaceans rated criteria. So now the first task more related to statistics led by CONISMA is focused on criteria C4, so species distributional range, and C5 habitats. The objective is to provide a more complete picture of knowledge about spatial distribution of cetacean species using the dataset from opportunistic and dedicated platform available at local scale. So the objective is really to assess the usefulness of the datasets from local surveys or data collected through opportunistic platform for this criteria. And also working on how to standardize available data, because there are most of the time collected in an heterogeneous way, so how to make them comparable and aggregable, let's say, in view of using them to assess D1C4 and D1C5. And yes, behind the objective is to highlight the importance to merge standardized and opportunistic local data. So for all these tasks, there have been several meetings organized and a lot of networking activities among the different research groups in the Mediterranean, in particular in Italy, and I'm sure that most of you are present in the meeting today, or some of you maybe. And the work has been then organized in 3 working groups. So there are a first working group on the main cetacean research areas within the Mediterranean. So all the data have been centralized into the Interset database, and based on that they're conducting the analysis. The second working group, it's you, Antonella, who is coordinating it, so I guess you will be more comfortable than I am to explain in details your work, but I can explain a bit. So your work is related to reviewing the methodologies and techniques used for spatial distribution modeling analysis. So in these activities, you're contributing to SWOT analysis led by Ecocean in task 4.4, sorry. Yes. And there is a third working group under this task, which is aimed at proposing some case studies that could be implemented on selected species or specific areas, and using specific analysis and assess the let's say the quality of the result compared to other modeling approach. The task, the deliverable for this task expected is a report on spatial distribution modeling and the application of criteria for the assessment of D1C4 and D1C5. And task 4.5, led by Ecocean Institute, is related to assessing the complementarity between different survey platforms. So first, SWOT analysis has been performed to compare the different methodologies to address D1C4 and D1C2, so D1C4 on distribution and D1C2 on abundance, to select and adapt appropriate existing methods and test them, to evaluate and optimize the analysis of existing data set gathered from different monitoring schemes. And the last point, the last objective of this task is to develop a methodological framework and a recommendation on how to on the methodologies to assess D1C4 and D1C2. So again, a report is expected from this task. So it will be a report on the complementarity of results from different monitoring platforms, airplane, spot, and ferry, to answer the MSFD criteria for cetaceans. And it's just the update about the bibliographic SWOT analysis that was analyzed end of May. And here I think it's the table of the SWOT analysis, comparing the different methods of analysis and the type of data used, and then the weakness, strengths and weakness of each method. And here it's again a result from the SWOT analysis. Sorry, I'm not the best one to present this slide, but again, I'm sure, Leah, you're in the meeting room to provide more details in case there are questions for that. And you've been also performing some tests of the indicators for D1C4, so using data sets from different platforms. And several methods will be selected and testing, from simple ones like present-smart to more complex like rigging method. And you will perform also some tests using the same data set. And all the objective is to be able to again draw some recommendation on the source of data that could be useful for MSFD monitoring, and also on the analytical methods to use them. So yes. Okay. So what's that? And it's the next step in the implementation of the task, but I won't enter into the detail, the timeline. And finally, the task 4.5, led by Tethys Research Institute, It's a comparison of different data sets from TETIS in the Pelago Sanctuary, and to be able to perform analysis on temporal trends on a pilot area, and to be able to identify and to determine the environmental variability, so the parameters that affect the result at the end. And they have been using the data set, the long time series TETIS has from their surveys in the Pelago Sanctuary, and the objective is really to assess the evolution along the time of the result and try to determine which are the main parameters which influence the result. And the report expected from this task is an assessment of potential factors of uncertainty on large-scale synoptic surveys, assessing distribution and abundance of highly mobile species. I think it was the last slide. Yes, about the timeline. So as I said at the beginning of my presentation, Abiomed, no, I didn't say that, sorry, I forget. Abiomed is to be concluded by June 2023. So all advanced draft reports should be available by March, I think, 2023, and all the final deliverables should be available by May, June 2023. So thank you very much. Sorry. This is more detailed on the task 4.5 about the analysis performed by TETIS. But again, I'm not the best person to present statistical works, which is not my expertise. And here the progress in this task. So here's the last slide. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Cecilia.
Will do my best to reply to any question, but not the statistic ones. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We can't hear you, Antonella, sorry.
We'll go for Marinet. Will be presented by Fabrizio Azzori. Thank you very much.
Antonella, if it was a question or something else, we didn't hear you, sorry, online.
We are kind of behind of the schedule, then we'll keep with the last presentations, and if we have time, we do questions at the end. Thank you, Celia.
Okay. Good morning to everyone, and in this case I represent ISPRA. ISPRA is the lead partner of this project called Morinet, and the people involved in the project is not available to represent here in person the project, so say hi to everybody, and sorry for this absence. And I speak because I represent, I'm partner of this project, Morinet, and we are involved in Sardinia. It's concentrated in Sardinia in two areas. One is marine protected area of Capo Carbonara that I represent as the director, but not in this case. And the second area is National Park of Asinara in the north of Sardinia. ISPRA is the lead partner, and Polieco and the University of Siena is the partner involved in the different way to this project. The most important aim of this project is restore compromised marine habitat using or through the concrete action and to removal litter in the floating litter and the litter included in ghost net abandoned by the local fisher. We have four important aims. One is a study of marine litter to assess the distribution, the quantity, types, and source, and the effect of marine on marine species like benthic species or marine mammals and also sea turtles. for me it's important underline the involvement of the local fishermen in for the collaboration of in this project, and the management, and collected also the material just to reuse or start up or recycling and valorization. The project is the other important aims of this this project. And then roundtable drafting and awareness in the local area, just to produce operational guide for proper management of the marine litter. Next one. And in the case of this action to connect Marina to Conceptu Maris, we want give the possibility, we want to give the contribute to better define the impact of marine litter ghost nets on marine mammals species, developing the new stick tools made by University of Siena, that has involved in this topic. And the focus is the canyon of in Capo Carbonara region, south of Carbonara, and in one canyon north of Asinara. The canyon is important for the marine mammals, as everybody knows, because these physeter or fin whales go there to eat. That it's important to have more information in at local scale data, and monitoring in this area floating marine litter and cetacean present. So the synergies that we want to create with this with Conceptu Maris is share the results about impacts of marine litter ingestion, and then define the hotspot of litter accumulation, and in this at local scale areas in Capo Carbonara and Asinara Island, and to verify the possible overlaps between litter hotspot and the effects of organisms in this area. And the contact for this project is Michela Angiolillo from ISPRA, lead partner, and Cristina Panti and Cristina Fossi for University of Siena, in charge of into topics of this project. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And also to Michela Angiolillo that couldn't be here. Next presentation will be given by Kifan Wu from Gaia Research Institute.
Yes, so thank you. I'm going to share my screen. So hello everyone, I'm a member of Gaia Research Institute, and today I will represent Gaia to introduce about us and what are we going to do and what are we working on briefly. Gaia Research Institute is an Italian non-profit organization based in Greece, and our goal is to improve the protection and conservation of the environment and biodiversity. Our research are conducted independently or collaborated with other research institutions or departments like ISPRA, the University of Torino Life and System Biology Department, Department of Biology, University of Paris, and so on. The results of our research and their process are aimed to promote the conservation of marine species and their habitat, as well as awareness of citizens. So our study areas are located in these 6 main regions, which are Ligurian Sea, Bonifacio Strait, Adriatic and Ionian Sea, Greek Ionian Islands, Gulf of Corinth, and Aegean Sea. our data collection process, including monitoring wildlife species, which are mainly cetaceans and sea turtles. We also do visual and acoustic monitoring by field work across the sea and land monitoring. We focus on the population, range, distribution, behavior of marine megafaunas. The data collective platforms, including sailing vessels, inflatable ferries. Our field work are cooperated with the Minon Grimaldi Ferry Company, which travels in Aegean, and for data collected on ferry, and for data created on ferries we cooperate with them. Moreover, we use satellite data to monitor marine traffic and the fishery to assess how they can vary the suitable habitat of wildlife and how well the interaction between human activities and wildlife will be by studying their behavior response or disruptions. And we also do land survey and remote sensoring about microfloating litter and microplastic to evaluate the influence or threats about human activities. Also, for Gulf of Corinth, we investigate and analyze the source of beach litters, and of course, we also remove them after our analysis. We doing so to protect the environment, and we also hope that this can help to raise the public awareness about the environment. In addition to that, the Gaia is willing to contribute to the LIFE project by sharing the EMPA records for historical data sets and providing technical advices for identifying different species. Also, we are also willing to provide external data set to test the species distribution models developed for the study areas. And we also willing to contribute to the identification of the most suitable mechanism that would apply for the conservation. And one of our willingness is also to expand the research among the agencies in Greek waters. So we need to thank for the Minonian Ferry Company for the collaboration about our field trip among Adriatic and Ionian Sea. And these are our contacts. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Kifan. Really interesting. And now we'll go for the last presentation for the Enable project by Sandra Greco.
Good morning or hello, everyone. So, my name is Sandra Greco. I'm a Europarks Communication Assistant and Life Enable Project Officer. Europark Federation is the largest network of European protected areas, and it was founded in 1973. We have offices and sections all over Europe, and currently we count around 400 members in 36 countries. They include protected areas, national governmental organizations, NGOs, regional government agencies, other official agencies, associations, supporting organizations, and even individual and honorary members. We unite national parks, regional and nature parks, marine protected areas, peri-urban parks, and Natura 2000 sites. Our vision is sustainable nature valued by people, and our mission is to improve and champion the policy and practice of protected areas to ensure that our natural and cultural heritage is protected and enhanced for current and future generations. We do this by facilitating and organizing and publishing many different things like conferences, seminars and workshops, commissions and task forces, different types of trainings, case studies and toolkits, policy papers and webinars. All of this is available on our website, europark.org, which is also accessible by scanning the QR code at the bottom of the screen. A little bit over a year ago, we've started an exciting new project called Life Enable. It will last until 2024, and we are working on it with 7 partners from 7 different countries, including Italy, University TESAF, and also MatPan from France, Metsähallitus from Finland, ProPark from Romania, ECO from Austria, Akademie für Naturschutz in Germany, and Fungobe in Spain. Within the Life Enable project, we are creating the European Nature Academy. It will be a hub with different types of trainings for Natura 2000 and protected area managers. We want to achieve for all of them to be more effective, competent and confident nature management professionals. European training hub, or called European Nature Academy, will have cost-free training courses. And what's interesting for this audience especially, I believe, is that our courses will focus on marine and forest ecosystems. Actually, last week during our conference in Argelès-sur-Mer, we have officially announced that we are currently accepting applications for European Nature Academy. 60 lucky participants will be able to take part in these cost-free trainings, and actually applications are open until the 4th of November. So if you are interested or know someone who might be interested, please apply. You are more than welcome. Courses will start already in the February 2023. And all the information about applications and about the project itself is available on the link you see on the screen and also on the QR code presented. The competence-based courses will cover subjects like ways of working for Natura 2000 and protected areas across Europe. Also, we will have tools for Natura 2000 forest managers or tools for Natura 2000 marine managers. These 2 courses will run in parallel in September and October 2023. You will have to choose just one. I can guess which ones will be more interesting for you. And last but not least, we will also offer an opportunity for training for trainers. So we will recruit 20 people who will be able to share their knowledge and everything they've learned to new participants of the courses in the end. So if you're interested in learning more, you are more than welcome to contact us. Project manager of Life Enable project is Neil McIntosh. And of course, I'm also available for answers at sandra.grego@europark.org. Thank you very much for your attention.
Sandra. We have just 5 minutes for discussion. First of all, I have to thank you to all of you to be here and for the presentation. Congratulations for your work. And I don't know if we have some specific questions. Some of you would like to arise. Otherwise, we can keep the questions. We can think about what we have just saw, and we will share the presentations, and then probably some questions will be sent to you, and we'll keep in touch with more specific issues and way to collaborate. Does it sound right for you? Is there any question from home? Let's see if there is. No for now. Then we can close this section. Thank you very much to all of you, and we'll keep in touch. Thanks.
Recording stopped.
Niente?
Oh? Oh my God. Okay, now? Okay. So, okay. Welcome back for the one that follow us this morning, and welcome to the other that join us now. So now we start working. So until now was easy. So we are within the advisory board meetings. It's not the first time that we met, and so we will continue our work. So that's the reason why we are all on the same line, because every one of you will collaborate and contribute. So I will try to share my screen. Okay. Yes. Doesn't work. Okay. Okay, be patient. So thank you. I see some of you for the first time, but I know that you follow us. And so just to recap briefly, who are we? And this is us. So the advisory board, there are 40 organizations within the advisory board, of course all the partners and the national authorities, regional, local authorities, and organizations coming from the conservation main goal, the conservation of species. And we have representative of the maritime industry and the blue economy, and of course the scientific community. And each of us has a role helping us on setting the best product and try to be more effective as possible with this project. So just to review what we did until now, you know that some of you helped us to set up the first executive action plan just at the beginning of the project. So you worked for us in reviewing the executive action plan in January. And then in February, we had our kickoff meeting just to present the project. And each of you presented your organization and what you will bring from the project, what you will bring to the project. So thank you. We have everything online. So for the one that is quite new, you can recap and review all the presentation made in February. And then with the scientific part and the stakeholders from the conservation, we had another meeting in May when we review the potential indicator that we can use to answer the conservation status of the species. So you helped us to set the testing that we can do, the analysis that we can do using the previous collected data set. And today we will present the update on this action too. And then you received 2 newsletters. Did you receive it? Did you read it? Did you understand it? I hope yes. But anyhow, everything is stored. Is it right, Antonella? Yes, they can access. So we will give again the link and so on to review everything. Okay, and now this is the advisory board live meeting, finally, not online, or at least a bit and a bit. And tomorrow, the one of you that will participate in the public event are very welcome. But for today, so we have at least 3 goals for all of us. And it's just a matter of review the ongoing activity and have an update on what we are doing. And that's for, so the people in charge of listen, all the advisory board. Then in particular for the Maritime stakeholders. So pay attention. We will talk with you about the action C1. So we did the first multidisciplinary monitoring last week. We will review and summarize the experience with you. And as we have to start soon, the other monitoring using eDNA sampling, isotope analysis, and sensors and visual analysis, we need you to set all the logistic for the department and so on. And then we will review with you also the part related to the training course that we will set for the operator on the Maritime operator. Then, after this part, you can relax. And it's time for the other part of the advisory board. So the organization in charge for the conservation and promoting the conservation of cetacean and sea turtle, the scientific and the authorities, of course. At that point, you have to pay attention because we will show you the update on the analysis we have done, the indicators we have tested, and so we will ask you suggestions on our first results, what can we do more, which one could be highlighted because it is useful, and so on. And then that's almost for everybody also, but we will review the action related to the citizen science because we are going to set some guidelines, tools, to standardize the involvement of citizens, but we want to assure a very high quality of the data collected. So we will ask you some tips and suggestions on this. Okay, you ready? Okay, just to review. This is the nightmare, this is the complex all the action and the line and the activity of the project and the connection between the activities and the deliverables and the milestones and the steps on and so on. And now we will go on for 4 years. We are at 3/4 of the first year. We set a lot of action, but we are starting the very mess part. This is something related to the communication, which is going on very, very well since the beginning. And Francesco, at the end, when you will be all tired, will show us all this part, just to relax and enjoy all this beautiful part. And now, the first part, so it's mainly for the maritime stakeholders, but also for the others. If you have suggestions, thank you. And Fulvio.
So, as the coffee already kicked in, are you all awake? Okay, my 5 minutes will be the easy one because I'm going to talk about the core activity in the core area. Actually, what does that mean? With this project, we are trying to collect data on the cetacean and sea turtle distribution presence in the Western Mediterranean Sea and the Eastern Mediterranean Sea, and combined with information on the biological community of the area where they live in, the parameter, seawater parameter, so the habitat that they are using. These information are really essential in order to define those areas that are important for the conservation of these migrant species that do not live in one single place, but they move around, they spend all their life moving around the Western Mediterranean Sea, and so their conservation requirements are more complex than just protecting a single place. So we need to have this sort of information, and we need to have clear and clever method to monitor their presence in offshore area, where there are many problems in collecting this sort of information. So as you see, this is a multidisciplinary approach that integrates a lot of expertise, different partners, scientific partners. We combine visual monitoring of cetacean and sea turtles with ADNA techniques, stable isotope analysis, remote sensing, and seawater quality parameter analysis directly by using sensors that are either attached on the ship hull or installed inside the ship. Here is our timetable. Thanks God, we were good enough to be on time. Everything, we started a little bit early than planned, just to be sure that we could fix any issue. And there are issues. Because it's a complex project, it's normal to have some issue when you try to start with such a complex activity. As you can see, the sampling time, the monitoring time, will go on until the end of 2024. That means in December, 2 full years of monitoring. We were supposed to start in June with the multidisciplinary activity, but that was not possible for some logistic reason. By the way, we began with the visual monitoring, and we planned, thanks to the collaboration with the Grimaldi company, the beginning of the multidisciplinary activity by the end of September, beginning of October. Then we had an issue with the development of the sensor system that was supposed to be attached to the ship. But we solved that problem just by developing a different system, an alternative system, that can use just a connection to the cooling line from the intake of seawater in the engine room of the ship, in order to be able to start collecting this data that will be very essential, very important to define the quality of the habitat where we spot the animal, where we actually see or don't see the animal, if the animal is absent. So, and then, thanks always with this really easy and good communication with the ferry company, we were able to set the first multidisciplinary transect on a loop. That means just by using one vector, the cruise Smeralda, traveling from Salerno to Palermo, then Tunisi and Civitavecchia, crossing the whole core area of the project. And here is the sampling station. You can see what we call fixed sampling station. Those that have been defined by the expert team to collect water sample and analyze the sea escape and the ADNA, so the vertebrate community that is in the surrounding water. The different color of the circle is the time of the day when the sample is collected, has been collected. Moving from the white, that is morning time, to the black of night time, or gray, dawn or dusk. And you can see all the different activity that has been run during this first trial, from the 3 to the 7 October. But how things are actually organized on board, and that is also pretty complex. A team of 4 observers sit on the command deck, and they scan the sea looking for cetacean, sea turtles, main threat, such as ship, fishing boat, vessel in general, or marine litter, fishing gear, discharged fishing gear, or active fishing gear. And at the same time, there are 2 teams of 2 people each that are in the engine room, well below the sea level. It's not that comfortable. We, the sea observer, are in a much nicer position, let's say. And they do 2 things. First, they collect. Huh?
They say that it is boring. Our work is boring.
Yeah, I will keep doing this boring work, definitely. And so, in those fixed stations that you saw before, they collect water sample. It can be 10 liter, 15 liter, they know much better than me, and they filter on board. So that means that we create on board filtering station, 2 independent filtering stations, one for the ADNA and one for the stable isotope and chlorophyll, 2, because they are doing chlorophyll 2. In the meantime, continuously, there is this sensor system that keep controlling and monitoring seawater quality parameters, such as temperature, oxygen, pH. But that's not all. Because what happened when we saw something special, something rare, like a sperm whale crossing our way, and jumping. There are people from the command deck that just contact the engine room and they run to collect an extra water sample, because we are really like on time in the spot to know what is going on exactly at the same time when we spot the animal. So it's not only sampling seawater on the fixed station, but doing some extra sampling each time that we saw a rare species, depending on the area where we are. Okay, so you can see that the situation, the team of onboard expert is pretty big, because it means 8 people on board, requires a lot of collaboration with the ferry company and a lot of communication with all the people on board in order to avoid any kind of problem or misconduct. Soon, in June 2023, this activity will be moved, replicated in those that are known as replication area of our project. 3 areas: the Spanish Cetacean Migratory Corridor, the Adriatic-Ionian region, and the Pelagos Sanctuary. In all these areas, there are already going on all the communication, all the discussion with the ferry company in order to fix any kind of issue that can be arise from this sort of activity. There are logistical preparations that are going on. In the Pelagos Sanctuary, there will be also a public event for this project that is planned to be in the next year European Maritime Day on the 20th of May. So what we need to discuss today, what we want to point the attention on, first of all, we need to define with the ferry company the best procedure to schedule the boarding of the expert or the team of scientists. Because we need to deal, we need to find a clever way to deal with any kind of issue, such as delay in the ship, or sudden cancellation because of bad weather condition, or any other kind of problem that can arise. Keeping in mind that this sort of monitoring is done is done throughout the year and several times per season. At least 2 times per season. So we need to be able to get the best weather conditions that are possible in order to have reliable data that are good, that are sound, that we can really on to define those important areas for the conservation. Definitely, there is not one size that fit for all. So we need to find this procedure for each single route, for each single company. And the key point, adaptation, communication. We need to be able to communicate clearly and discuss with this ferry company in a two-way process. On the other side, we must be ready to move this multidisciplinary approach to the replication area. So that means start taking all the necessary steps in order to apply the sensor system to the different vessels that are going to be used in this replication area. Check if it is possible to be on board with the team of 8 observers on each of these ferry. Define the space for the filtration unit. As I said before, we need 2 filtration units, independent filtration unit on each ferry. And definitely there is something that is going to be necessary in the next future. As soon as the sensor system, that is one of the new things, the prototype that is being developed within this project will be ready, we need to discuss with the ferry company which are the steps necessary to install this system under the ferry. So as you see, it's a complex task. We hope that thanks to the advisory board, communication channel will be always open between us, and that will help us to solve any problem in a short time, keeping everything running and smooth. So that's all for now, and it's time to pass the floor, to leave the floor to Paola.
Okay? No, we will have.
Quindi non faccio domande adesso. So, good afternoon, everybody. As already mentioned, one of our roles in this project is to set up a training course specifically aimed to the navigation crew of the ferries, but well, not only. Once it's ready, it will be able to be shared to also other navigatum classes. As actually the real aim of this training course is to try to, let's say, change the behaviors, meaning that we are trying to tackle the issue of ship strikes with large cetaceans, which we know is one of the main threats affecting the Mediterranean population, especially of fin whales and sperm whales, and actually sea turtles, as I've been taught during this project. Because one of the key events that could help us tackling this issue could actually be able to collaborate with aware and trained actors. So the idea, and actually not the idea, the item that we have developed is a course which has been developed as an asynchronous e-learning course, meaning that it will be held on an online platform so that anyone would be able to access to it anytime with their time and needs and everything else. And during these courses, the crew will be trained on the importance of the ecology of the Mediterranean Sea, and specifically of the areas which are the areas of the project. Also on how to identify the main species that they can encounter out at sea, and obviously on the collision risk, so how this risk is actually affecting these animals, and what could be the best measures to minimize this risk. Together with the course, we will also develop specific questionnaires to first trying to assess which is actually the real perception of this kind of risk for the people who are actually navigating, and then also trying to understand with them what could be a possible and good solution. And this is because when conservation measures are just, imposed to the stakeholders, these are not seen well. We all think that the best way to do conservation is to do it together with all the people living and using and loving actually the Mediterranean Sea. We will also develop an analysis of all the already existing activities and training initiatives in the area. And also we will, after that, try to evaluate the hopefully good effects of this course. So what are the milestones? We will have the course finished by December of this year. And actually we will have a first deliverable, the final deliverable, so to understand how the course went and especially to report the results of the questionnaires actually by the end of the project. At the moment, all the different modules of the training course are ready. We are actually finalizing these days the translation into the all languages, so I will stalk probably all the advisory board members that are involved with the course with the final review of all the modules in each specific languages, as this course is being developed in Italian, French, Spanish and English. Together with this, we also prepared a small printed manual, which we have a draft version here. Maybe we can then have it circulating among you so you can have a look. As we thought that together with the online material, it would be helpful to also have something that could be kept into the command deck of the ships. The next steps, so again for the next weeks, we will send you by November the link to actually have a look at the e-learning platform where the course could be accessed, and we will need your help for defining, especially for the maritime companies, how to define how to best involve the crew members to actually subscribe to this course. And also we will be wishing to evaluate with the maritime company, the coast guards, the conservation authorities, a first draft of the questionnaire in order to have effective questions, in order to have effective answers in the end. Then we will also ask you how do you want these certificates that we are actually delivering at the end of the course to be sponsored, let's say, or which credits are more useful to have on the certificates. So what shall we need to discuss today? So first of all, again, this course, has been mentioned in the morning, is actually the capitalization of a previous experience that we have had in the Pelagos Sanctuary area, so basically in the Italian part of the Pelagos Sanctuary, and basically in Liguria and Tuscany, during a maritime project which was called Sycomar Plus. And we are using the experience of that project to define what were the main issues with that. So we will need to understand by the maritime companies how to, I don't want to say to make mandatory because I sound a little, the teacher in the room, but how to actually have the crew being enrolled in the course, following the course, and getting the certificate. We choose the e-learning method because we think that this could actually allow us to reach more people, but we are also aware that sometimes live meetings are best for this kind of things. So maybe we can discuss with you what would be best if maybe have a mixed way to have this course. Then, as mentioned, we are planning to have an event probably in May, so just before the starting of the campaigns in the replication areas, not only to present the starting of the replication activities, but for sure to give the maritime companies the opportunity to get their certificate as companies involved with this project and with the training, and so we will ask you to help us being present in this event and how do you want us to actually organize this event. We will need also your help to try to understand how to involve other countries and other companies, and maybe also other categories, because one of the main things that we try to teach during this course is that any vessel can actually strike a whale at some point. So this is not an issue only for the ferry companies. And also ask you what could be the indexes for evaluating the effectiveness of this course. So we are obviously going to measure the number of students, trainees, the number of active trainees, so the one that not only enroll but actually attend the lessons, and the number of those who successfully complete the course. But maybe there are other indexes that could be useful for you to be measured. So if you can think about this is the moment to ask so that we can build up the course in that way. But maybe we have the discussion later on. So no? Now. So I want an answer.
Okay.
I was trying to save you all, but they didn't, huh? Just to mention.
Okay. No, just now it's your time. Okay. This is just to present you the update on what we need and all the logistic organization for the embarkment and to do all the work. I'd like to, in the same time, to introduce you Elena Verzecchi, who is responsible for the eDNA, as we are in presence and you are shy, you can catch her at the coffee table. And Paolo, who is the responsible from University of Palermo for what regard the sensors and the isotope analysis. Someone already asked me a lot about eDNA and isotope, so now they know you. So whatever you want to ask them now or at the coffee break, they are here. And Paola just launched you a lot of questions. I don't know if someone can, but whatever curiosity or answering the question, please. And online too, of course. So whatever, also curiosity about the collection of data on board, the organization. I know it is not easy. So, yes, Cecilia, thank you.
Okay, I'm Cecilia Silvestri from ISPRA. My question is, as the multidisciplinary methodology, I think, is the future, methodology for the new monitoring program, are you thinking how to combine this kind of monitoring that can possible in the future with the other monitoring, because I understood it is as offshore methodology, and but we have also inshore methodology. And if you are imagining how to organize a network in the future in order to researchers, I think, in the ferry and in the Grimaldi or other company collaborate. So do you think that this company must be involved in the national monitoring program together, Institute of Research, or they can be carry on alone? And how combine this kind of monitoring program with the other monitoring of program in order to substitute or delete some non-useful monitoring or enforce what we have already now? Not easy, I know.
Yeah, I'll try to answer, but that's a scaring question. So, of course, our first goal now is to set all the multidisciplinary monitoring from all the steps, from the data collection to the data analysis. So standardize the collaboration for the data collection, the protocol for the data collection, and then the data analysis in order to have standardized results. And this is, of course, the goal of the life. But for sure, I see potentiality, a lot of potentiality to replicate the approach in other areas or in other contexts, also ecological contexts if needed, and perhaps to adjust the protocol in other kind of boat on whatever could be necessary.
Because the training, is very important, the training. So I understand that the training now is for people is also important for the future, not just when finish the project and so. And moreover, I think that you know better than me, the Marine Strategy Framework Directive take into account descriptor 1, biodiversity, non-indigenous species, food web, and I think that environmental DNA and isotope not only is important for D1, but also for non-indigenous species, D2, and the food web. So it's very interesting also try to understand what is possible to join in this kind of monitoring with other kind of monitoring. So the proposal in the future could be, okay, I have a monitoring program and I cover 3 descriptors, for example.
I think for sure we have to capitalize as much as possible, and the indigenous species are not the target for this monitoring. I don't know, but I ask Elena to answer if we can use the experience of this project also for monitoring the indigenous species. And then the question is to Paolo, if we can use this experience to translate it for the recognition of the food web, for example. So you can...
Well, that for sure will be possible because that is the idea of the eDNA, is to create a bank of marine eDNA, so that will be available for future studies. So that's for sure it will be there. That is the nice opportunity they offer eDNA, because it's like fixing the time in that spot at that moment, and to get all the DNA that and that represent all the organisms that were there at the time. So that means everything from bacteria, I mean the whole life is there. Of course, there are some limitation because some of the material will be used for our analysis, so we have to bear in mind that it's very precious templates to be used, and so it will be very carefully allocated for different studies. But for sure, the problem with alien species is that often they belong to different taxonomic groups, which means that in order to pick them all up, you need different dedicated analysis, and every time you, of course, are going to use some DNA. So that's the limitation. But we are trying to get a large amount of samples. We don't just collect 1 or 2 liters as some other colleagues does. So we start from 12 liters. So with the idea of maximizing the effort for the future.
Yes, of course, also for environmental variables, this could be useful and used for other correlation analysis, so for other species. Of course, we can provide like a baseline of these environmental variables, a map that can show variability of these variables, but we need the observations or the occurrence of alien species. After that, we can also use this data for other analysis, for sure. Yeah.
No, 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 no. Regarding the sample, the station, sorry, did you establish according to the previous data, or just because in the sampling matrix they are the representative of the area?
Here for answering you, because she did the sampling design, the first sampling design, and shared it then.
So yes, well, there are two main criteria. The first one is trying to cover as much as possible the whole roads. And also it has been designed in such a way to sample both during the day and during the night in different parts of the roads. However, at the same time, we are paying attention, for instance, to all those spots in which the bathymetric is very variable, or when there is the continental slope, and so we start from that point, and then we try to cover as much as possible. And of course, in the first round, the first cruise, it's more or less approximative, but then we are going to adjust, and after the second, the third run will be really fixed point.
I'm sure there are other curiosity. Yes, of course, also from online people. Okay, is someone on the chat?
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Hi,
sure.
It's Benjamin Guichard from the French Biodiversity Agency. I had a question for Paola, because I'm not sure if I understood if the trainings for the crews are only planned for Italy, or is it also planned for other countries? And if so, I suppose you are aware that in France there is also the REPSET system going on, and I was wondering how it would work with it, because I think there are already trainings with it, and what you plan to do about this in France?
Yeah, thank you. So the course is actually going to be delivered in 4 languages, so it can be accessed from anyone speaking at least one of these languages. So it's Italian, French, Spanish, and English, obviously. Of course, we do know the experience of the REPSET system. There is a specific module in the training course that is presenting the already existing tools dealing with the ship strike issue. So we do present the REPSET and give the information on where to find actually more information about this. And we will then work with the Italian Coast Guard, who is here, to also add the information about what is being developed by them, which is a tool using the IS to actually signal the presence of whales out at sea. We are in the next month contacting the organization delivering the course in France in order not to replicate or overlap the experience, but finding hopefully with them the best way to making effective this training to as many people as possible. So for sure we are not replicating the training where people is already trained, but maybe asking them to help us in assessing the status of the training in the part where they are actually working.
Okay, that's great. Grazie mille.
Okay, other question from the online. Can you check the chat if someone... Or also in presence, of course. Yeah, Morgana, I know that you are willing to know more because you are in charge of the replication in the Spanish, so that's the moment to ask for specification. Okay, that's not... you can ask now, and then they can replay better. C'era qualcosa? Yeah, that the logistic is here, is him. Esatto. Okay.
Hello. So no, I had already the answers, but I'm repeating for everybody. I was curious about the logistic organization between the team on deck and the team in the engine room. If people are actually going to spend their day in the engine room and how they communicate with the people on deck and all this. Yes, I suppose it's a bit challenging. And how do you deal with the crew? I mean, I thinking about professional crew working in the engine room. Maybe they are not so happy of having biologists wandering around, and it's also a bit dangerous, maybe.
And if I can add, because it could be useful also for the other transferring areas, you asked also.
Don't remember.
About the training for the people
yes,
that
and
start.
Of course.
So how it will be organized? So people going
When,
on
how,
the
if we are going
transferring
to
or just giving them the guidelines?
No, I don't want the guidelines. I want to do
we will
cruise
be
all
in presence.
together.
Definitely the training will be in presence, that's for sure. Regarding how do the two teams communicate, it depends on the ferry, because goes with one size does not fit necessarily all, because you need to be on board, you need to know the ferry in order to know how to communicate from the command deck to the engine room. In this occasion, with the Cruise Esmeralda, that was the ferry that we used, it was not possible to directly communicate from the control, from the command deck to the engine room, because the telephone were not working. So, but the crew was really helpful in that case. So we had the opportunity to call the control room of the engine room, that is on a different deck, is on a different level, where there is actually a phone. So guys from the command deck contacted the control room of the engine room, and they, through the walkie-talkie, could contact the people downstairs, because walkie-talkie are really good, but they work only in a short distance because of all the iron and all the interference that are on deck. So it's impossible to know before being actually on board, and that is the reason why the first travel is so important, and it's so important to have the logistical issue, keeping in mind that we need to discuss with the ferry company what are our needs, because in that way they will be ready. And even if you discuss, sometimes you go on board and the communication was not smooth, and it's not because there is a bad attitude, it's simply how things work. Ferry company are going each single day out with their ferry. They're moving around. The crew is constantly working on some issue, because these are big boats. They transport goods and people. They never stop, so they don't have a lot of time to listen to us. We are scientists. We go on board for 5 days, and we think that everything must turn around us. But if we discuss and you go on board, usually in our experience, we found people that are keen to help. And even the location where to put the filtration ramp and where to do actually work depends on the ferry. When they did the first experience, correct me if I'm wrong, they use a cabin to do the filtration. Now we decide to move everything into the engine room, because where the cooling line of the engine was not actually where the engine is, but on a lower deck. So there was more air, it was a little bit fresher, you had enough space, still noisy, but feasible. So as I said, you need to go on board, check, and we know that this ferry will be replaced by different ferry next year. So as you see, you need to be you need to adapt to what you get, knowing that discussion and communication with the ferry company is the most important thing, and then be ready to move a little bit and try to find the best solution to do the things on board. But that is the way. No?
Yes. Just I want to underline how nice was all the staff on board. Because it was really, we were very noisy with all the requests, and they were very great. Ma la Cru Esmeralda, è vero? Voci di corridoio che andrà in Spagna, sulla Barcellona-Tangeri? Ok. Oh, sorry.
Morgana, the microphone.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, otherwise people from the online cannot speak.
Yes. Grimaldi Group have a fleet of 140 vessels and all around the world. So we have a lot of fleet in the Mediterranean, on Baltic Sea, and obviously in Greece. So there is a sort of flexibility in our vessels schedule. That's why there is a possibility that the vessel will change its schedule. It is quite possible, no? Okay. But obviously we could foresee in advance any schedule, and we can communicate on it.
Okay. Thank you, because she's the one in charge for the Barcelona-Tangeri route. So she could be lucky. Everything is already set on the ferry.
No, that will be just too lucky. I mean, if she finds the Costa Smeralda and
Okay, perhaps you are the lucky guy.
So, Paolo, you are going to leave the filtration unit on board for Morgana.
So in the end, we are going to filtering everything. I mean, so we don't have to bring all the bottles of water. Everything is going to be filtered on the vessel, also for the isotopes.
Then wait for the microphone. Sorry.
Yes, for the kind of analysis that we carried out, so it's better to filter. And after we had to say also that the crew was a really kind, because they allow us to put in the freezer the filter. So we wrap all the filters in little bags, plastic bags. And the crew in a machine room, they have like a little freezer, and we put all there. Yes, it's better for us.
Okay, Tony?
Yes?
Yes, you can talk.
I just, we would like to add to the comments with the Spanish area. So we're looking for the best connection with the Grandi Navío Veloci for the roads from Valencia to Palma, the Mallorca. So in this case, unfortunately, for many different reasons, we are not able, we contact and we received the okay for the CEO of the company, but the final contact and the protocol to develop the sightings and the sampling of the water is not developed at this moment. So I hope in this with this meeting it will be possible also contact with the people in charge of the Grandi Navío Veloce for develop this the protocol in these roads also.
Okay, Tony, is Fulvio speaking. The problem with the Grandi Navío Veloci is that the person in charge of organizing all the route, the Parmigiani, just quit and changed her job, so that we don't have that contact anymore. But I already talked with the company and they provide me with a new name, so I can send you the detail. They are not here because they are in the BIT, that is Borsa del Turismo in Milan today. So they told us that they couldn't attend this advisory board, but they are keen to work with us and help us in proceeding with all the activities. So I can share the new contact with you, or we can try to organize a meeting. And if he doesn't reply, because he's a man now, and that is not good, because Irene was a woman and was really smart and fast in organizing the stuff. Yeah, I know that is but the director is a woman, still a woman, is Enrica Valle. We can go directly to her. So definitely, I will send you the contact details.
Yes, please. Also, there are some news from the Balearic company. That's other company. We also have double roads from Valencia Palma and Valencia Ibiza. We are contacting and we are developing the protocol. The only problem may be with the engineer room, that of course is a very restricted area, and actually is in the process of review our proposal to the float team about the possibility to sampling the water, but we have no news. We have no answer about this point at this moment.
But we will have time, likely.
Yeah, but basically because they are not a system to get the water, and there are some changes necessary to develop into the engineer machine room.
Okay, this is Léa David from France. I will speak a little bit also for this replication area. We are lucky, we are dealing with the same person since several years, Christina, which is really kind and help us to give the tickets sometimes in 3 days because the weather is still changing, and because the replication part will start in 5 months or 4 months, we have time to anticipate and discuss, and also because we share the same company with Cima, so it will be easier for this part, I think, to organize everything, and if I understand well, people from somewhere in Italy, you are in different places, will come in our area for the sampling, which will be 1 or 2 for the next year. That's it? Okay, that's nice. We are waiting you.
Yes, and Corsica Sardinia was the first company in which we, where is Elena? Okay. Luca, in which we tested the EDN sampling and so on. So they are already aware. Okay, so yeah, a question. Exactly.
Hello, Roberto Crosti, still from ISPRA. So I have to, let's say, it's one question, maybe a discussion on what Paola asked about indicators of the training course, which is not easy. The first one actually it's for the eDNA and isotype people. If by any chance the filter that they use could be used maybe later for macroliter. So if you think as a possibility, so not collecting data for the microliter or nanoliter, so if once you finish, could be feasible somehow to use them as
well, it won't be possible to use this very same filter because it's destroyed, but one can think of collecting an extra liter from the same station and make an extra filter dedicated to the microplastics in case.
Just to say that, yes, I agree with Elena. So also for stable isotype, we need to destroy after the filter. So we should plan a specific sampling, or we can try to filter an extra amount of water to do this kind of analysis. So now I don't know exactly the amount of water that you need to do this kind of analysis, but we can talk and see if it's feasible to add in the during this trip. So.
Okay, so and say the other, let's say, sort of discussion more than answer is what Paola asked about, which could be the feasible indicators of the success of the training course. Now, of course, the easiest one, which could be not really strong, will be the number of people that participate, but we know all that. The second one could be, just for example, how do they react to to possible sightings. On board, on the common bridge, as we all know, all the staff, it's really busy, and we see them, working from one side to another, and for as much as we can see, there's not much time for them, let's say, to see at sea. But we could imagine, for example, to see the participation and the willing to collaborate, or to watch at sea, maybe just imagining a sort of social media investigation. So, for example, we can sort out a sort of hashtag or something similar, just dedicated, to the people that did the training course, and see if by any chance with their mobile phone they take photos of animals. Because, let's say, compare to the dedicated researchers on board, of course we see much more compared to them. It's just a measure of concentration, but of course they spend so much time at sea, compared to us, that they have the frequency of occurrence for them, it's not bigger, but they do much more effort. So maybe an example could be to this for the course, dedicated hashtag, because another thing is people is not willing to use dedicated app, is not willing to send you the data, but now everyone is willing to publish on their social media their photos. So and we can track down them with an hashtag. And another things could be, but this is up to the companies, to include our activity into the social budget or the corporate social responsibility. Somehow, so the same company will be more interested that their own staff, let's say, participate to even increase the sustainability of the tracks, being a cargo, being a ferry, or a large vessel in general. And last question, because but this is to the turtle people, we always worry about ship strikes with large whales. I think there is an unknown about strikes with turtles. In the Adriatic Sea, in June, July, we saw hundreds of turtles. It was amazing, and we wonder, being able to see hundreds of turtles in a small stripe of 50 meters during daylight. You can just imagine how many turtles there were between May, June, and July in the Adriatic Sea, for example. And I wonder if we could start thinking of an issue of strikes towards turtles. If it's an issue, because maybe the rate is so low that they just move away from the waves. Finish.
I can answer only on the ship strike and turtles, and definitely that, in our opinion, is an issue, maybe an issue that deserve definitely some additional study. Nobody can answer your question if there is any actual strike when the turtle goes below the ferry hull, but we see often this happen, and most of the time the turtle are not aware at all. If they are it's just a matter of few degree. If they are just few degree out the ship hull, they can be moved away by the wave produced from the. But if they hit the ship, they dive, they go down under, and you don't know what happened. And you must take into consideration there are this sort of ship, the ferry usually are 6-10 meters in depth. So it's not like just passing by because they go down. They need to go really deep in order to avoid. And the ship is moving 20 knots per hour. 20 knots, actually. So it means 40 kilometers per hour, sorry. And it's a lot. It's definitely a lot. It's 200 meters long. And it can hit, do whatever. So I won't call it an issue right now because we don't have data and we are scientists. We need to talk with solid data before giving this sort of answer. But definitely it's something that is worth studying and investigating. And it will involve not only the observation that we are performing, definitely, but collaboration with engineers that can study the sort of vortex that the ship creates and how these relate with a sinking body or a floating body, such as a sea turtle. So, but I'm sure that we will get a lot of data, and we have just few weeks ago published the first paper in this direction with Eugenia. She's there, and she knows that was the question actually, because with turtle we know a lot about ship strike, inshore water, mostly related to pleasure boat, to this speedboat, Zodiac, whatever. When they go really fast, they hit the turtle does not realize anything and is usually a deadly hit because it is the lowest percentage of turtle that you can save. I mean, working in a rescue center, you can do a lot of things if in just a hook, a line, debris or whatever. When they get hit by a boat, the light is off. Either it's already off or you turn it off because there is very few things that you can do. But that is only in inshore water. There is no chance that you will ever get any information from offshore water because the turtle sink and it sinks to 800 meters, 1,000 meters or more, and we will never see the light again. So it's definitely something really interesting, and I hope that Conceptu Maris will help starting getting data also on that.
I was wondering if it's at all possible, because I know you're asking already a lot to the crew and the ferries, but if that would be something to incorporate as an experiment. I'm thinking just spontaneously about a dummy turtle dropped somewhere in the ship line. You can equip this with some sensor which can record depth and turbulence, turning around, acceleration, whatever, which you can collect afterwards. I mean, it all sounds really quite undoable at the moment. It's just an idea which is forming, but any kind of type, you would have to create an observing system where you can tackle this issue, the question if they're actually going to be hit or not. I don't know but I'm not asking this to Fulvio.
We can talk that at home.
No, exactly. It's more a logistical question. If you already think that the company is already so full of your requests and your presence and everything that don't even think about adding anything new on top of that at the moment. So, that would be. And then I have another question later on, but maybe. She can ask.
We can try to get an answer a reply from Grimaldi, because that will be a lot to ask, but maybe in the future, given time, we can try to find a solution with them to try to investigate that using a fake turtle or a dummy turtle to do that. But I don't know where is something to plan.
I will add this question in the questionnaire. No, it's good. I think from my experience with the Corsica Ferries, which is another company, they actually did in the past They actually in the past, well, that's no problem, did install, for example, ferry boxes to record continually data on environmental things. I think they also installed some meteorological sensor. So I wouldn't see this as impossible. Really is to have the company on your side and presenting them the issue, or not even calling it a problem, because, for example, for the experience with cetaceans, even if there is a large consensus on the fact that ship strikes are a problem for whales, well, the first time I did the monitoring on a ferry, I had the captain telling me, but there's no whales here. And I was like in the middle of the Pelago Sanctuary off of Savona, so I was like, no, I assure you there's plenty of. And it was like, I've been navigating here 20 years and have never seen any. And I was like, well, I'll show you today. And we showed them like 20 whales. And he was like, so there's whales. And I was like, yes, that's whales. And from that, the week after, when I got back, he gave me like a data sheet, plenty of sightings, like all the sightings they recorded just for us. So I saw the whales as well. And I think with sea turtles, it could be the same, because this summer, for example, we started a dedicated monitoring of sea turtles, and we as well were very impressed on the numbers of the sea turtles we saw. And actually there were like, maybe not the captain, but other people on the command deck like spying on us, saying, what are you looking at there? And I was like, see, there's a turtle. And he was like, wow, there's turtles here in the Ligurian Sea? And I was like, yes. And you know what? There's also a mobula. And you know what? There are also these amazing jellyfish. And they were so amazed. So part of the training is also having the crew and the companies on your side, and this make it easier to install. I'm not saying everything on board, but the useful things for sure.
Yes, but it's exciting to see the species and to involve them with the positive enforcement here. But then you talk about something where they're working and living on ships which are striking these animals and doing them harm. Would that be any issue, to like negatively influence them and turn them away from this? Because, I don't know, it's a more negative response.
Well, one of the main problems is presenting this from them as if they are like causing the problem. Because the consequence of this is that we have no numbers. Actually, again, I do speak for cetaceans because I'm not a sea turtle person, but we always saying, okay, ship strikes are an issue. And then when someone asking me, well, how many ship strikes did you have this summer? We say, well, we actually don't know, because there is a big problem in reporting this. So also making them understand that this is an issue, but the issue is not because we are navigating. It's just the fact that the Mediterranean Sea is not the ocean, is a sea between the lands, as the name says. Mediterranean means sea between the lands. It has always been navigated, and we cannot stop navigating. We just need to understand how can we both share this. I think that most of the people is navigating the Mediterranean Sea like, with their eyes closed, without even knowing where they're navigating. And once they know, they can start also sharing this information. So understanding, well, when you strike a whale or a turtle, it's like when you're driving in the night and then a cat just crossed your road. I mean, you love cats for sure. You didn't want to strike it, but there was nothing maybe you could do. So the point is not making them feel guilty, but working with them to find the best way to actually cope with this thing.
Yeah, I believe that one of the best things about the Conceptu Maris is that we are sitting actually in the same room. That we are not pointing our finger to anybody. It's like we are working together to get information, and we are all part of the solution. There is nobody that is causing any problem or any issue or anything like that. We don't know anything about this species in the open sea, in offshore water, and thanks to this ferry company that are helping us, that are just trialing. Oh dear. striking. I need to be on diet soon, but said that. So is definitely, we cannot call it a problem or an issue. We need to get information, and by having this opportunity with Conceptu Maris, maybe in a 4-year time we will know more, and we will work together to find the best way to, keep doing what we need to do, because nobody wants to stop any sort of navigation or route or commercial route, but doing it in a responsible way, knowing what are the pros and cons. And this sort of discussion has been going on all the different kind of human activity. When we work with nature, we impact nature. We know that. And the only way to try to keep it under control is understanding exactly the amount of impact that you are producing with your action, and being ready to, manage it in the proper and best way possible. Keep in mind that we are human and we need to do something.
Okay, yeah. Also on this subject, several points. We made with the FLT network, we made publication on near-miss event. That's a kind of proxy of ship strike when you just miss the whales. So you cannot go on level 2 in your game, because you miss them. But most of the time when you miss a whale, it's just because it pop-ups in front of the hull, 50 meters in front of the vessels, and it reacts and avoids the ferry. So first, at least I think it was almost 70% of the whale just pop up in front of the vessel, so the vessel cannot do anything to avoid it. And secondly, 100% of the whale avoid the ferry. So it was something interesting to understand how it can be. How a ship strike can occur. We didn't witness any ship strike, but we are working only on daylight. And we know from at least one tag on fin whales that during daylight they spend most of the time deep, but during the night they might spend most of their time in the surface layer. So maybe the ship strike occurred during the night. So this part is for the knowledge of ship strike. On the other part, you should know that France, Italy, Spain and Monaco are launching a request to create a large PSSA, particularly sea surface area, through and provide that through the International Maritime Organization that led everything what happens at sea for the commercial and maritime traffic activity. And within this PSSA that take all the northwestern part of the Occidental Basin, there will be some measure to mitigate ship strike. And one of those could be the training. But if you include the training as a measure within the PSSA to mitigate ship strike, then you need also something to be mandatory and with an exam, so to strengthen the whole thing. But the training the crew so they know their whales, they know that one can just come here and pop up and other can be seen before and anticipate to avoid them. This could be one of the measures we could think about for the future. Thank you.
Okay. And
I would have a question for Léa. Salut Léa.
Yes.
Yes, you mentioned earlier that you are still working with a company you've been working with for a long time, but are there any plans within the Conceptu Maris project to extend the surveys to other ferries companies, such as La Méridionale, for instance, which seems to be quite interested by such initiatives? Or and I also heard recently that CMA CGM, which is not a ferry company but a large shipping company, has plans also to fund, or I'm not sure, to fund surveys like FLT Mednet. So do you have any more information about that? Or?
I have no information. I think that Conceptu Maris is not yet planned to enlarge the network, but for sure the network is happy to be enlarged. So we welcome all companies that want to work with us. Our strength within the network is that we are connected. We are using the same protocol. It's standardized. But our weakness is that it is in link with visual observation, so we are traveling about ferries or any kind of other vessels, of course, but during daylight for the visual observation. Anyway, other parts that are being built up during Conceptu Maris, like eDNA stable isotope, can be done also during the night, so we can share experience and think about enlarging the companies, either ferries or either other kind of cargo or merchant vessel. And we also are in touch with somebody wanting to begin a line between Libya and Cyprus, so we could get some data from the Eastern Mediterranean Sea where there are very few data. So yes, we are happy to just give the email contact from Antonella Arcangeli.
Thank you, Lea. Yeah, now just to recap, we are now with a basic network of lines monitored in which we will set up all the approach, the increased approach for collecting data. And then, of course, we hope to have very clear guidelines and tools that can be then used in other areas. And of course, for sure, the southern Mediterranean, the eastern part of the Mediterranean is one of that. Of course, other routes also involving other companies will be welcome, also in the afterlife. And through this project, Impel, we are in contact also with the network that collects data from ferries in the northern Europe and in Macaronesia area. So the idea is through the Impel connection then to transfer also after the afterlife all the protocol and the guidelines and the approach also in the other areas. So for sure it will be. And I think Giuseppina, did you not raise hand? It was it was us.
Bye-bye.
Okay, Giuseppina, I don't know, I didn't understand if you were wanted to say something or ask something?
No.
No, okay.
No,
it was just Paola
thank you.
giving you the floor. Okay, yes, Cecilia, please.
I just have a really, really quick question, and that's taking profit of having the mic in the hand already. So, when you said you do the training for the crew, is that just one training for which crew? I mean, I suppose there are different crew members and different tasks on the board. So.
Yeah, it is aimed to the crew working obviously on the command deck, because it involves identification of the species and understanding the risks. But obviously, this is something we will need the companies to understand with us. I think it would be needed to also to enlarge, because so the administration and policy members of the companies should be aware of this. So, I mean, the larger is the public, the best it is. And also, just to reply to Lea, our course will be based also on test. So we have a specific test for every module so it's not just, listening to lessons, but we will have 6 different tests that will have to be passed to have the certificate. So my question to the advisory board members will be, it is actually, if anyone can reply, please, especially the policy members, help us to have this training well recognized, because I think that the companies and actually the crew member who actually attend this training deserve that this course is officially recognized, and so whenever this training is going to be mandatory, I think also that it would be good that the companies who are actually joining us in this adventure can say, okay, we have been doing this for years, so we are ready to this mandatory. So,
in connecting to this issue, if there's something, a label or a signal that can be a witness for the company to say we are helping research, we are doing something. There is in the project some kind of logo or a label to put in the Virtus companies.
One first step would be in the event that we are planning to actually have a public event where we will handle a certificate specific to the company. We were thinking also about making some flags, because I know on vessels having flags is always nice, so that each vessel can show, so also that all the people embarking can see, okay, in this vessel the crew has been trained. This will be a first step. For sure, we need the second level. We need the authorities to recognize this course. We are already in contact with the Coast Guard in Italy, and to have their logo on the certificates to give even more, recognition to this. And we have to do this same process in France and Spain as well. And again, I've tried so many times to contact the entities that are in charge of the certification, like RINA, for example. But from the scientific world, it's very difficult. So we need the companies to tell us, okay, we have this label, we can add this course to this label.
I don't know if there are ACOBAMs online, but I think that this level can help us too, because all countries around Mediterranean are part of the ACOBAMS agreement, which is an agreement for the conservation of the cetaceans. And so they may support this label at this level too.
So is ACOBAMS online? Maëlys? Okay. Okay. Yes, please. Luca?
Thank you. A small technical question. I suppose it's not very easy to distinguish the caretta from the green, from Chelonia, from ferry. So how do you deal up with this kind of information? Okay, Chelonia is not very frequent, but I suppose it's going up.
It's much easier than you thought.
Yeah?
Yeah, because we travel through crystal clear water, and under perfect weather condition, because usually you need a flat sea or state 2, maximum state 3, because otherwise you don't spot the turtle, and the turtle are within 50 meters from the boat, so from the ferry. Mm-hmm. So and usually when you see the turtle, you take a photo, and so you can double check if you can by photo, but it's pretty easy. The color is so much different that is hard to mistake a green for a loggerhead. Very hard.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, but for sure we are training ourselves also, because also between us there are people coming from the cetacean part, the sea turtle part, the marine litter, so for sure we are training all of us also. And the seabirds soon, but not for Conceptu Maris. Okay. So, no, sorry.
No, it's not for Conceptu Maris, but the most difficult things to detect from a ship is fishes. I mean, you don't know how many times I mistake a swordfish for a marlin, for a Guglia imperiale, or something like that. Those, but it's not in Conceptu Maris. But I said, being on board is something incredible, and through this multidisciplinary loop, we discover actually that by being 5 days in a row on board can be the perfect occasion to train people, because we have a lot of time on the command deck, a lot of opportunity to show them different things, teaching how to recognize the size, the distance, the angle, the bearing, the species, all those stuff. But definitely, you must be on board in order to understand the difference between the different species and how to detect them.
He is the one being on board in the 19th. He started the monitoring.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't know.
Okay, so thank you. That was funny. And so before to pass to the other part, which is the most technical one, we have just 10 minutes. 10 minutes. We will be here again. Thank you.
Coffee break,
Yep. So are you there also from home? Okay, I say online. I hope so. Okay, are you ready? Now the difficult part. Numbers and analysis. So.
Not at all. That's not true. No. First, because we are teams that are used to adapt. You will adapt because I will speak in French. No, it's a joke. So, people before me just talk a lot about data collection, and that's the base of everything. If you have no rigorous and standardized data, you do nothing. But when you have data, you need to analyze them, because then it's nonsense. So we are talking about from data collection to data analysis, and this was the purpose of the action A2. We had 3 parts within this action. The first, you can read it, but I will talk a little bit shorter. So the first part was about review the protocols for visual data collection, eDNA and stable isotope, and I'm still waiting for your part, Paolo. The second part was about analysis, what we can do with those, and also analysis towards the request by the legal framework. And so on the third part, we present those legal frameworks request. So we want to analyze the data that have been collected in a standard way, but also analyze them in a standard way. So where we are here, we are here together, that's nice. First, we do some tests, we discuss a lot about what kind of test. And also, lucky we are, we didn't wait for this data to be collected within Conceptu Maris, but we had already collected data. So lots of us goes at sea and collect data, and we have almost 10 years of data collection in the Mediterranean Sea from FLT. So we use those data sets for the test. And then we will, during the project, fine-tune those tests, fine-tune on the scientific part, but also with the policy and national authorities, what they need. So here is the place to discuss about that, just after my talk. And at the end of our objective is really to give nations, countries, experts, stakeholders, a framework for the analysis, standardized analysis to answer the legal frameworks as the Habitat Directive, MSFT, or regional agreements to a convention. So stay with me. We already worked towards getting milestones, so that's drafts of our work. So the first was on a protocol for the collection of data at different levels, because I think you understood that we are working at the visual level, sea level, satellite level, on species and also on human activities. And second milestone, what about the legal frameworks, because there are several frameworks, let's say, asking for similar things, and more they are coordinating and collaborating towards only one main results and request about species, habitat, and so on. And I was talking about data. Collecting data is one part, knowing what to do with them is the second, and in between you have to deal with a lot of data, and you have to sort, to store them, and use tools to be able to remobilize them for each request from scientific or countries, national authorities that want your data, that want you to answer some questions about species, then you have to remobilize those data, and this is a hard work. And one of the objective of this action was also to organize the old data and the data that will come in the future in a database. So this work is in progress, should be on time. Paola was in charge of this nightmares, so now everybody knows how to collect data and in which format, and this will be smooth, but we have really a lot of data. Due soon, next month, the deliverable of this action. Next month, you realize that, yeah, no, this month, but. So those three aspects will be in a deliverable very soon. We have to finalize it, and we will present only some of the results today, because there are really a lot of results, but soon you will be able to get all of them. So about the protocol, first results of data and legal framework requirements. That was our plan. We present you this in May. I will. You remember, of course. It's obvious. To be short and synthetic, we plan to do tests for the three main parameter or criteria asked by the Habitat Directive. It's called parameter, and when it's for the MSFD, it's called criteria, but they are almost the same. One is about population abundance, the other about distribution, and the third about habitat. We develop different indicators. We test them, the ones that were requested and some more sophisticated or improved. And what is interesting also is on the right hand is the species. We do those tests, or we plan to do those tests in different kind of species. They are grouped by how to say, ecological parameters. So there are coastal species, offshore species, deep diver species, and also, of course, the turtles. So all the different tests cover at least the three criteria or parameters, and all of the species that are focused by those directive and legal frameworks. But I will show you only, I will not, Antonella will explain you only one of those tests to show you what we plan to finalize during the Conceptu Maris project. Here you are.
Here, thank you. Shall we swap? That's okay. So as you well remember, between the indicators to be tested, there were an analysis. We decided to do a test for the short-term potential indicator for the short-term assessment targeting the low-density species, so Grampus griseus, Ziphus cavirostris, and Globicephala meles. And as we are trying to test the trend on range of a pattern of the species, which is the criteria required or the parameter required by the Habitat Directive, we decided to test three indicators. One on the real distribution of the species. So we test this indicator, potential change in the occurrence and the core areas of the species within, of course, the area of effort. We perform the effort. The second indicator is to define the extension of the ecological potential range analyzed through the suitable habitat, so through the modeling. And highlight the percentage of change in extension and in the overlap of suitable habitat during 2 periods. And the third indicator was to verify the proportion of real distribution of the species compared to the ecological potential range, and to see if this proportion changed over time. So what we did was to use we use all the FLT dataset since the beginning, and we divided the dataset into 2 time periods. The first one is almost corresponding to the 3rd reporting period of the Habitat Directive, so it's all the data collected between 2008 and 2012. And the result from this, the analysis on this dataset, was used as a baseline. Then we perform exactly the same analysis, but using the dataset collected between the 2013-2019. And so we verified for each of these 3 indicators which are the differences and which method to use. This was also an interesting discussion. So for the first indicator, the real distribution, we use the kernel density estimators, and we use all the area in the envelope identified by the 95% isoplate of the kernel density. And this was the extension, we calculated the extension of the distribution, the real distribution of the species. And then we use as indicator the change of the extension of the real distribution between the second and compared to the first period. Then for the second indicator, the ecological potential range. So we perform the modeling to highlight the suitable areas, and we use a threshold to define suitable and suitable, so binary differences. And we calculate the envelope, the area within this envelope, and the extension of the suitable habitat for the species. And we did this using Maxent. If you wanted, then if you're curious, I can tell you why we choose Maxent, because we did this analysis using many different modeling methods, but then we use Maxent. So we calculated the extension of the potential range between the 2 periods. Then, for the third indicator, we calculated the percentage of potential areas really occupied by the species. So we had the surface of the potential areas, and we had the surface of the kernel density, showing us where the species was found, and we calculated the percentage of really occupied area respected the potential areas. And then we calculated the differences in this percentage between the 2 periods, showing something which clarify things. So the first indicator is the real distribution, and you can find the 3 maps on the 3 species. Is the envelope in stripe line is the envelope of the first period, so where the species was found during the first period, and the empty line is where the species was found during the second period. I need this. Not for people online, but which one? This one. Nah. No, I'm doing something, I'm doing a miss. Doesn't work. Okay, now. Come funziona questo? No, per puntare, per usarlo come puntatore. Oh, se riesci. Okay, sorry. So, like this, perhaps. So for the Grampus, you can see the area where the kernel distribution of the real distribution of the Grampus during the first period. Oh gosh, I'm doing a mess now, okay? And then it's more clear for the Globicephala. you can see along the Sardinian Balearic, the striped line was the distribution of the species during the first period, and the empty line is the distribution of the species during the second period. The other one has more overlapped. And that's for the Ziphius. So this is just the first indicator, the real distribution through the kernel analysis. The second one is the ecological potential range calculated through the maxent modeling. And you can find for each species the first map, the higher map is the result from the first period, in the bottom, the result from the second period. And this is for, you can see the differences for all the species. And then is the overlap between the real distribution and the potential one. So, perhaps this picture shows better. This is just an example for the Grampus, where you can see in yellow the suitable habitat for the species using the data of the first period, and in green the suitable habitat for the species using the data from the second period. And you can see that there are some overlap between the areas recognized during the time. And there are some differences, like, for instance, in this case, the Gulf of Leon was recognized as an important area for this species during the first period, but not for the second one. And also all the areas around Sicily, South Italy, were important for the species during the first period, and the areas shrink during the second period. So now it's working.
Anyway, for the online.
That's right. You can do for online, I did for that. Okay, so in general, we found that most of the core area, both for the occurrence and for the suitable habitat for all the three species, were consistent with the known distribution of the species. And you will say, okay, what's new? But this was a confirm that using only data from FLT, we can detect the area that we know are important for the species, knowing all the literature and all the other studies. So the FLT are suitable to detect those areas, and especially in the Western Mediterranean Sea. Then we detect an enlargement of the area distribution, both for the real distribution of the species and also for the suitable habitat for the species. So our indicator indicates that there was an enlargement in the extent of the area used and the potential area. And, but there were differences, because the enlargement was found in putting all the data together, all the area together, while looking at the particular area, we detect a losing of area here, losing of area in the South Sicily and south of Italy, and we detect new areas that show us that there were a shift of species from more, I would not say offshore, but the continental shelf area to offshore. And this was interesting because it was detected for all the three species. So the species shift towards more offshore areas. All the three species in the between the Sardinian and Balearic Sea, and Grampus did the same also in the Ligurian Sea. Then, thank you. Exactly. So this was the reduction that we observed in this area of the Gulf of Leon, the Pontine archipelago, and around the Sicilian coast, especially for Grampus. And looking then at the validation of data, validation of the modeling, it came out that the data are particularly strong in all the Western Mediterranean areas and in the Adriatic sea, while there are more variability and weakness of results, as we expected, of course, in the large south and central Tyrrhenian Sea and the Levantine basin. And this was something that we expected, of course, because all the modeling and the exercise was based on data collected mainly in the Western Mediterranean Sea and the Adriatic Sea. So the data are validated, and the transects are enough to give information on the Western and the Adrian region, but they do not intercept the variability of this central and the eastern Mediterranean Sea, where, of course, we need more transit.
So yes. So I think it's interesting because modelization will not solve everything and will not tell us everything. We need data. So please, if you are working in the Eastern Mediterranean Sea, take a ferry and be connected with us and take some data. So I think you all understand everything that Antonella presents you, but I will summarize a little bit. So what was interesting in this test, but also in other tests, we will show you later, or you will read in the deliverable, that the FLT monitoring data collections is really helpful to answer population abundance, distribution, and habitat. And this is interesting. It's one of the main large-scale surveys existing in the Mediterranean Sea, besides the oil survey that most of the countries, at least in the north, are also launching. So for distribution, what we can give for the Habitat Directive is indicators that answer what is requested, meaning percentage of changes. But percentage of changes is not enough. We need to know the pattern, because a shift is a pattern. You may have this exact same surface occupied by the species, but there might be a shift, and this type of indicators proposed by Conceptu Maris and Antonella can answer this. For the habitat, your team did work about what kind of methods are helpful and are relevant for our design, for our data collection, because they are like fashion mode for some analysis, but some kind of analysis don't fit our data because they are really particular in terms of design. And so the Maxent was the method that suit the best our data sets and with the best results. So we fit the method for the data, and that's interesting also as a method to underline. What is interesting also is that you can have results, but to interpret. So let's say an enlargement of the surface occupied by the species, but how to interpret this? Is this something that say the species is increasing, there are more individuals, or is this meaning that the places where they used to feed, where they used to get their food is vanishing and they have to search for food somewhere else? So only with the extension or shrink of the surface is not enough to interpret the results. You've got the results, but for interpret it, it's difficult. So using several indicators, like Antonella just present you, help to interpret the results for the parameter, and that's important. Also, indicators that cross two kind of parameters, habitat and distribution, help for the interpretation. So that's really something we are pushing forward, is that we have to create indicators that are helping us to interpret, not only the simple indicators. And also crossing information for several species, let's say from the same groups, help you to interpret if it's a species-specific behavior or matter, or if it's more global. In the example showed by Antonella, we've got 3 main deep divers, and all of them show the same trend. So that means that something global is happening. And so the mitigation measure should be something else than if it's only one species-specific results. So that's the main points. And now point 2 discussed is for sure we are not alone working on those indicators. And we have to strengthen the link with technical working groups from other active projects. We are already linked with the Abiomed expert, but also Set Ambition, and more. If you are aware of some project, then or group working on that, then give us the contact. Also, we are in link with the expert from the MSFD technical group on marine turtles, and we just published an article towards the MSFD, but here we are mainly working on habitat directive, but there's a strong link. So I welcome any questions. I welcome any awareness about other group, other meeting, discussing about those indicators. And again, I welcome any people that want to launch data collection in the Eastern Mediterranean Sea. Sorry, it was before the coffee break. Thank you. So it's your time. Online people too, but how can I see the online people? I have to change the... okay. Oh, I see me. Marta.
Yes, thank you. So I have just a question about this shifting and yes, a change in habitat and so because I'm saying we because we are working together, have been employing and we have been analyzing, comparing the 2 periods, 2012, 2018, and then 2013, and so on. But for the project, we saw that it's really important to employ data for the same area you are modeling on. So, as you stated, it's important to collect more data on the Eastern basin, and also the data for the Adrian region. Unfortunately, are just for the 2nd period, so we can't really assess if there has been any shift in that area because we don't have data for the 1st period. We just started working there in 2015, at the end of 2014. So unfortunately, so maybe we are, I don't know, maybe we can keep thinking about that, but maybe we miss something, some change in that area because we don't have data for the 1st data set there. So.
Yeah, sure. But I will say now the matter is to define which indicator or indicators could be useful to detect the trend. But for the Adrian region, we will have more data to do the trend also, to have results on trend also at the end of Conceptu Maris, and so we will see. But I think the main focus anyhow is not on the results, but the best indicator and approach. No? Okay. It's your turn.
Yeah, but also if we, sorry. So since we are looking at approach how to analyze data, and so maybe we can take that into account, and maybe just to, I don't know, think about, look at a smaller area, I don't know, just to think about that, as also as an approach, not just regard to the results that we got.
Sorry, I didn't catch probably the core of the intervention. So definitely, yes, we have to analyze data, stratifying for different areas. So I showed the global map, but the analysis was done for each area separately. So the Western Mediterranean was analyzed and separately, and then the other areas separately. And so most of the indicators came from the Western Mediterranean results, of course, because we had data in that. So definitely, for sure, we cannot talk. Also, when we analyze data, this will be clarified also in the approach. The data must be stratified by sub-regions, and also depending on the data, but depending also on the homogeneity of the ecological process in that region. So yes, for sure, we will underline this aspect in the protocol for data analysis. Yes. Questions, suggestions, also from other?
I think it would be really important to stress as a take-home message the fact that, as Marta pointed out, if we don't have the data, no matter the index, we cannot measure a trend. So we are always asked as scientists to measure trends, but no one is caring about how difficult it is for us to get the data. So the work we have been doing since 2008 as a voluntary network, and that we are going to do in this project with the life financing, is something that it's not only us caring about, but it's data that are needed to measure the trends we are asked to measure. So this must be the take-home message. This monitoring is essential because there's no other data set that by itself can answer to these questions. So the need always to put together different data sets and to have as many data as possible is a need that we face every day and that we can start to try to solve with projects like this one. So this really must be a take-home message for policy members as well.
This is commercial.
No.
No.
Commercial.
Yes, this is another commercial. No, I just want to add, because maybe some of us, miss another important point, that all the data that were collected and then were analyzed were then framework within the Habitats Directive. Because many times, even if we have data, we do not frame them within the directive. And in Europe, the most important directive on species conservation is the Habitat Directive. So if we want to increase the conservation of species, we need to answer to the question that the Habitat Directive asks us. Something really easy, that, for example, the show before was aggregating data into two Habitats Directive reports. It's something really easy, it's not such a great idea, but most of the study don't do that. So maybe you have a trend, but then without aggregating data in those 6 years period, is not responding to the needs of the directive. So it's not only a question of data, but it's also a question of answering to the big conservation legislative framework, which is only from them that we can increase the conservation status of the species that are that we are studying.
And if I may add, the legal requirement is often asked at a country level, And because we are coordinating this network within the Mediterranean Sea, we can also give data to answer those requirements at a regional level. And this is really important because then, at least for European waters, we will get the same data collected the same ways with the same platform, and then we can do an assessment at the European level, and we can do more at the Mediterranean level for the UNEP map, IMAP process, or for ACOBAMS, or for whatever. So it's really interesting, this coordination and collaboration among the network.
Yes, I'm saying the same. It's important that this kind of information, because the integration of these indicators is very interesting, and also if is validated, is very useful for the future monitoring program. So it's important that you should start now to send this kind of message and information at the level of the working group in European Commission, because there is a working group on biodiversity, and so it's possible to send a part of the process of this kind of validation in order to they start to talk. Antonella knows very well the process is very, very, very long, because people inside of the working group have to understand the news, test, try, discuss. And so I think now the product is ready to start to show and to present task group of marine litter, task group of biodiversity, and as you are connected with the sea turtle group, it's important to start to put inside the JRC in this process. And probably they have the possibility, and ISPRA can help to this process, have the possibility to collect other data to validate or to export this kind of exercise in other parts. So we can start to do, if the project is mature, start to talk inside of these working groups.
She's in. Yeah, no, that's true. This was the first test. We will be more mature, but in 2 years, in 3 years. But perhaps, I don't know if perhaps it's better to start giving some information, so first the result, some advice.
Yeah, yes, my suggestion is not to wait when this everything is okay and is validated, but start to test, because the process is very, very, very long. So when you started to talking about an indicator's integration, spend a lot of time to convince and to involve. But in this way, other researchers, other experts start to try with their data.
Yes, and also I want to add, because she might know, but not all the people, that for the FLT we did that job for the marine litter. We had several years ago in Interreg project, which were focused on protocols for floating marine litter, and also we did the protocols and the analysis method for data collected from ferries. So that was the first step, and we were in touch with the Joint Center of Research for European and included in the working group for Europe, and still in contact, because Morgana just ran some tests with the group. I understand that we need to anticipate for the turtles and everything.
That I notice also the different task group at the European level, where JRC has different experts, they don't talk to each other. So sometimes what we are doing inside of the task group of marine litters is not connected and linked with the descriptor one. So as we know different people inside of Jersey, it's important to connect all of them because otherwise are separate. And so this project is the first time that different aspects are linked and joined.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Cecilia. So, are there suggestions also from online people? Okay, that was interesting and a lot of thinking now. And we can go on. So, now we are going to show you and asking your suggestion regarding the citizen science approach. And thank you, Loredana.
Okay, good afternoon. Can you hear me? I know you are tired, so try to resist a bit. And we are now moving to the citizen science topic. In the framework of Conceptu Maris, we are. This is one of the most important initiatives that aims to involve citizens in order to support researchers in the collection of data, so in the visual monitoring process on board of ferries as observation platforms. What is the aim? Essentially is to spread scientific knowledge, but also to raising awareness about the importance of conservation and also to contribute in some ways to the collection of data done through the support of researchers, of course. So in this regard, we are working in developing. Oops. Yeah. Presentation. So in this regard, we are working on the development of some guidelines for citizen science involvement on ferry monitoring with the training and supporting material. And okay, it's a bit slow. Okay, and these guidelines will be, first of all, tested by Capo Carbonara Marine Protected area and Eco-Ocean, that are partner of the project. And once everything is tested and fine-tuned, these guidelines will be used by the other partners. The focus is mainly on how to recruit volunteers. And in this way, we are thinking to publish a public call for volunteers with the specific characteristics. Like, for example, it's important they are very motivated, not necessarily with the scientific background, because if someone that has not, we are providing some training information through a training program divided into 2 phases, a theoretical one and a practical training. How about the selection of volunteers, we would like also to have your feedback about the criteria. For example, it would be important you suggest some other things that we have not considered. We propose, of course, as we said, motivation, but also the capability of working with high level of concentration because of the activities that need to be really concentrated. And also we have to think if it's important to have scientific knowledge, even if we are working and providing some training. About the theoretical training, we are working on, our aim is to focus on introduction to project aims and the importance of citizen science, but also to explain, as you can see here, for example, some material we have already developed in a simple way. What are the cetacean, how many of them they can meet along the transect, and their characteristics and how to recognize them. But also how the visual monitoring works before going to the second part of the training path, that is the training on board. So trained by at least four science researchers, the volunteers that we are involving, we think 4 researchers and 2 volunteers. They will be trained on how to monitor cetacean, marine turtles, and floating marine litter as well, and also how to use the tools needed for these activities. The monitoring will be held mostly during the summer season and during the transect that you can see in the map. For example, as a Capo Carbonara Marine Protected Area, we are working in Palermo, Cagliari transect. Do you want to add something? No? Okay. And also, any suggestion is more than welcome, and also if you have any requests, please feel free to ask. For example, we are developing our material in different languages, like Italian, English, and French. But also, if you think that other languages could be an asset, just feel free to suggest. Or if you, for example, think that it would be important to involve some more particular areas, or do you think that a certificate of attendance will be useful? Just let us know in order to improve this proposal.
Okay, so thank you for the presentation. Just I was thinking about, yes, certificate of attendance could be good, for example, for students or other people that are interested in this, but I was thinking about large citizen science people, for example, like travel passengers. I don't know if you are interested to involve them.
We are already involving them.
So then maybe some gadgets. Some like okay, we give you some gadgets with like puppets. I don't know really. Yeah.
Like this one as a medal for
yeah,
the
so
training path.
Like this, if you find like if you find like a dolphin, okay, you have this. If you find 3 dolphins, okay, you have. So I mean, I'm joking, but of course it could be also another solution. So yeah.
And, yeah, I think we will have more level. So one is exactly the training, the citizen science, in this case, involved in the data collection, which will be selected and trained and on board with us to collect data. And this part will be really the link between science and citizen science, and to maintain a very high level of quality of the data collected. But then also putting all together what we were doing also this morning, I think, of course, we will also involve the level of people on board, on whatever citizen. And we were just discussing this morning, and then we discussed better at the coffee break, that 2 lines of collaboration with the other project could be for this level, so the involvement of the large public and people on board, and to give some guide on how to recognize the species, and the link for the marine litter, the link to the app developed by UNEP Map, and for the species, the link to the live Delphi that's presented this morning. So we can also add something like this, and so connect and network with those other two projects. So this was something that just came out today, so we can think about it.
Yes, because so just because I was thinking now that you were talking, for example, also I know that most of the people are not. Also, if you don't train them, maybe they can take picture that after can be visualized after by expertise, and use them. So, yeah.
Yeah, sure. And we were thinking to probably we will have still to discuss with us, because it's something that we just collected today, but could be useful just to link to the other app already existing. And then, of course, we can also use this data, but we can just deliver those already existing app for this kind of activity.
And sorry, just because I was thinking, maybe it's now the time in that I'm thinking. So
in the afternoon.
just in the afternoon, just at the end. No, because I was thinking citizen science, but now I shift from another, maybe off topic a bit, because there are some websites that so people can use artificial intelligence, that people, for example, can put images, and after okay, they are recognized and validated by expertise, not for cetacean or other things like penguins. But I was thinking also, I don't know, put some, I don't know if you are thinking, put some camera, fixed camera that can use artificial intelligence in front, in the command. And
we were thinking about, we were thinking about this also.
Okay.
It's not in this life, it will be in the next project.
in another life.
But definitely
in another
it's
life.
in the mind.
Okay.
So be careful, because we will put everything on the ferry. The camera, the people, and the collector of data, and the Christmas tree. I know, this is something else that we're thinking about. This. Yeah. Actually, it was tested by the JRC for the marine litter. They put the camera in the continuous recorded, and was good, but they didn't reply it. So there is something that we don't know, and so, but we will sooner or later. Oh, sorry.
About this proposal about the camera and the JRC, they still haven't finished to analyze the images. So that's the problem, because I mean, you can collect tons and tons of images, but if you don't have the system to, or the human or the artificial intelligence, so it's still. And about the app, they are almost releasing the app, the JRC. So there will be also this one. It's ready. I know that it's ready.
Yes. No, I was saying about all the data collected. Also.
All the data collected, and that would be also useful for the turtles, actually, because you have the camera, and you can see the near miss events from the camera.
Yes, I think one of the problem with the camera is that you have to mount a camera that can move like a camera used for the movies, because the vessel is moving. So if you mount a fixed camera, then sometimes you cannot see the horizon, sometimes, so you don't know what you are monitoring.
Yeah, you need to mount. I don't. Now it's late, so we can. Just I don't know if no. Just I don't. This is a joke. I'm joking, but not so much. So because there is on the web, like YouTube, like a chicken cam. So it's this guy that mounts a cam on the top of the chicken. So stabilize the image, So no, but of course there are cameras that stabilize the moment. So the technologies are
technology
present,
will be a useful complementary tool, but for the moment, you know, people are the best tool ever created. And also because we are dealing with 4 to 7 different protocols, you need to measure different things when it's a turtle or a seabird or cetaceans or a boat, or so we are experts in our domain, and camera and methodology and technology will not solve everything now, but in the future maybe.
Soon it will be, and we will be old enough to go on pension and relax. Exactly. So someone from online wants to add something to this chicken discussion? Yes, Ilaria, thank you.
Okay, so thinking about the volunteer recruitment, of course, I think many of the people involved in the FLT has experience in the volunteer managing, and our main target generally is the university and the students. But we know that nowadays, with all the social media and all the many communication ways, it's quite easy also to reach other people of other different backgrounds. And so this is something that we can really probably improve, and because they are really volunteers, so they come with us because they really want to do that. So it's also a group of persons who we can work on and take advantage of. And one question: it's this the training you are organizing is for. I mean, it's for people who already get in touch with the organization, or you're thinking about like planning courses during the year. I mean, in a scheduled way. I'm thinking about, of course, the Orca experience in the North Atlantic, because if we know the group, we know they are organizing this kind of thing for the people. So the first approach is to follow the course online and then go on board with them and become real volunteer for the group. Is this the same idea?
The idea is to publish a public call in order to select some volunteers that express the interest in participating, and then to train them, and with a theoretical training path and an experience on board. This is why I was talking about the criteria of selection.
Yes, I want to, let's say, go over what Ilaria was saying. And at least for our experience, you know, for the FLT research bodies, we always had to do with students, master students, PhD students, you know, so their involvement was linked to their academic career. And until now, we always avoid, let's say, citizen science, because we were not sure how to rely on them. Was not a matter of capacity, because honestly you don't need a degree, you know, to being able to recognize 8 species at least in the Mediterranean. Oh, you don't need a degree. You need experience, not a degree. Let's say. Okay, we can discuss that. Sorry.
Not a degree, a
PhD. A postdoc. Anyway, I was really impressed by the experience of Orca. So which is this network which is in the Atlantic Sea, where they train volunteers, and they come from this big, let's say, experience of British people, which has always been involved in citizen science since early 900s, with all the bird experience. And for as much as I was able to understand, and luckily Orca is one of in the advisory board, so I think we should really study them. I was impressed by the fact that volunteers pay even a lot of money to do the training course. Now, it's not just a matter of money. It's a matter of people which is willing to pay money. That means that it's people willing to do the citizen science on board. Otherwise, if you just do the training with people, maybe the driving force is just linked to have the certificate, maybe to do just a couple of surveys on ship or on ferries, but somehow I think it's important to find a way to select people that then they're really willing to do it. It's not easy. This goes on several types of citizen science. Just supplying a course could not be sufficient. So let's say you could just waste a lot of time with people that maybe they're just looking for a certificate because they will hope with that certificate to do something else. While we need a method to be able to assess who is really willing and will be dedicated to do it, and again we should study and we should learn more about the Atlantic network, because they manage they have their own their co-research officer on board, and they manage to pay them thanks to the courses they do. So the association between people willing to pay is people that are probably they will be on board, because if they're ready to pay. Okay, it's finished. Okay.
I will keep it short, okay, Antonella, because in 10 minutes, okay, because in France we have very few students and we have a lot of citizens. And believe me, when you begin to train them on the 7 protocols, this is something that people that cannot do protocols, that fear to forget something or don't feel strong enough to do the job, don't come again. So it will be a criteria to choose about selection, self-selection, and citizens. They had no degree, no PhD, but they had really the consciousness to be useful to protect the species they love. They are rigorous and they are still with us. So I'm not sure you have to put criteria at the beginning, but be sure the training is rough enough to select people that are willing to go, and those that are willing to go, they will follow the training, theoretical and then practical.
Just a second, because I want to advise the people online that we will close in 10 minutes. Okay, so but we can continue forever. So if someone is willing to contribute to this discussion, first the online. Otherwise. Okay? So we can continue, and but anyhow we will close in 10 minutes, and then we will have a very short presentation from Francesco about the communication action, which is lightening and smoothing, and then we will finish. Sorry, Paola. One other appointment will be at 6:30 with Roberto, showing us all the surroundings and explaining all the ancient industrial Roman building revolution of the area. So for the one that have to go and then come back at 6:30, we'll meet here for this walk, and then the dinner. Okay, thank you, Paola, for the passion.
I kind of agree on the fact that you don't need a degree to recognize the species, but only experience. But still, I think that is needed to stress the difference between researchers doing this as a job, and researchers and citizens doing this because they like it and they want to spend their time during holidays or their free time in doing something useful. Because I think that when this difference is not stressed and clear, this is where marine conservation, and especially in the cetaceans fields, become difficult. So I really think that distinguishing between students or researchers that are doing this because they really want, because that's their job, is one thing. So I don't consider students doing a master thesis and working with us as a volunteer. I consider it as a researcher that is willing to do a job. And something else is a tourist or the citizens with a completely different background, which has an interest in what we do and is willing to help, and for sure they will be able to help. But I think that we must really stress the difference in the data collection and the aim of training citizens, and the difference between who is studying cetaceans as a job because it's researchers and the tourists that's just paid to learn things and going on board and having fun. Because I know they are really useful for conservation, but I really think that this difference must be always clear and stressed. That's just my point.
Okay.
I agree.
Of course you agree. You're not allowed not to agree.
Okay. So I think, Francesco, if you can join us, just I think it's 5 minutes, and then we can close the session. And oh my gosh, which one? Vai tu? Ok. Qua. Sotto. Perfetto, tieni. I enjoy from there.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. I'm Francesco Tomasinelli, Triton Research, and I'm the communication manager for Conceptu Maris. I'm going to briefly show you what has been done in this first month about the communication actions. You probably have seen already some of the things like the roll-up, the website, social network. Maybe one of the most interesting things is the leaflet. We already have some here, because it's not a typical one, it's more like a mini guide highlighting the species you can meet in the Mediterranean Sea, especially from ferry boat. We placed even a QR code, that's the red circle, that goes with a link straight to the website where there are detailed charts about the different species. And we placed the tiny binoculars. More binoculars means they're more difficult to see. Few binoculars quite easy to see. I'm sure some of you may not agree with the difficulty level, like Paola told me. It's full of Ziphius in the Ligurian Sea, but here the Tyrrhenian Sea. So it's first generation leaflet aimed as this part of the Mediterranean that provides you with very basic information to recognize the different species. And that's the link that goes directly on the website when there are very detailed charts built with your help, because during the interview we did in the past with many of you, we collected several interesting information about the cetacean distribution and behavior, and same for the turtles, and we include them in these charts that are very detailed. Of course, we produce some gadget already. I think you already seen all of them. There are t-shirts on 4 different sizes, so if you like them, you can take some of them, of course. And No, they're a basic model. No, that's a basic. The tiny one are perfect for the ladies, and they already use them in the sea. Okay. Yes, let's keep it. For the relevant activities of this year's, I think the most interesting now is probably the video makers and the build-up of picture archives. We built an archive of high-definition pictures. We have some of them as treated, and we acquired several other from Cima, so many thanks to them, because they provided us with wonderful picture to promote the project, like the one, the zenith image of the fin whale you have seen today. That's a very nice picture to promote the project. And we engaged the video maker that should be at work very soon in the next weeks to document the most interesting aspect of the project. And in the social network, we have been quite active since the very first days, and in the last weeks we had a growing activity because we had a promotional campaign to promote the photographic contest. That's probably one of the most interesting activity for the moment. Probably many of you have already seen the picture. That was #1 selected. That's a very nice picture because it's a special moment. It's very detailed and sharp, and it's almost not cropped. That means that Eleonora did this picture without cropping a part of it to make the animal bigger. So it's really a special shot, and even it's the most common species, the one you meet more often. Most of the picture were of Stenella, because it's the one you meet most often in the Tyrrhenian Sea. That's #2, and we selected this one because the criteria was, of course, the quality of the picture, the details, the composition, but even the rarity. And this one is not a very common species, and so we included that #2. And look, this one, I like this one a lot because there's the fin whale emerging like a ghost from the sea, and if you look in the background, there's another one. Maybe here you cannot appreciate the detail, but there is a second whale that coming up in the background, so it's a very special one. Of course, there are several other, and we discussed with the other people involved in the jury, like Antonella Servidio, Giulia Luzzi, and of course Francesco Passarelli felt in love with this one, the one of the Stenella emerging from the water with all the bubbles. That a beautiful one is probably less iconic with the first one with the jumping animal. So we selected this one as the winner. But there were several good pictures, even with the turtles, but most of them were very much cropped. So the photographer took the picture and showed us just a tiny part of the picture to make the turtle bigger, and so the picture lose quality. Is not like the first one we saw before. And we have been able, even with the help of the photographic contest, to have a very good result with the press, because the project has been cited more than 30 times. Now it's probably closer to 40 in the general media, online and on paper, of sure. And the photo contest has been useful, a useful tool, because there has been a first period, a first moment when the photo contest was promoted in summer, and now we are showing the picture. So the project is involved 2 times in both the events. Now, speaking about the next activities, of course we are doing all the usual thing, updating the website, the social network, and support the documentary team that should come to work in the next week, and tomorrow there should be Fabio Ferrioli joining us, and he's the main character of the photographic, on the videomaker team, the main shooter. And we are participating to Science Festival, and we've been lucky enough to be at the Festival della Scienza di Genova. That's the most important, most appreciated and attended festival in Italy, and we have a conference about Conceptu Maris on the 23rd of on October in Genoa, and of course we promoted it on Life is 13 and other platform related to the Life program project. And it's over. I just ask you, if you provide us with material, we are very happy. So if you have some achievement, something interesting to show us, please send it to us. Just remember to do the video on the horizontal, no? Not the vertical one, because as you may have seen, this one is horizontal. So the vertical video doesn't fit very well. So the horizontal one is always preferred. And so thanks, everybody. If you have any question, I'm willing to help.
Thank you. Is there someone online still? No? No? Okay, so it's just the... so we didn't say hello?
Sì, ci sono.
Ah, no, okay. So someone's still online. Okay, so it's just a matter of say thank you for being here, and we will continue enjoying this afternoon with them. Okay, really, thank you. Thank you all.